Boom. Hey, folks. How's everyone doing? Hopefully not too badly. It's a Monday. I hope more of you got a day off today. I didn't. I worked. And I got to say, it's kind of tough to work when it's almost Christmas. It's like, so want to just be off, and it probably doesn't help that my back is killing me. So this stream is brought to you in part by over-the-counter painkillers. Yeah, I don't know why, but this shoulder is just aching. But I see people saying, lol, I'm working now. Fair. All right. So it's been a rough year, or at least a rough end of the year, but there is a little bit to celebrate, I guess. So now you might be saying, Runkle, you can afford champagne, and the answer to that is no. I can afford cheap Prosecco, because that's how we roll here. But this bottle was $20, but it is still there's still a little bit to celebrate. Yeah, that tastes like it's $20. Actually, it's not bad. And champagne is, you spend a lot of money just to have it come from a very particular area. So I skip that. But what am I celebrating? Two things. Mrs. Runkle might be getting a promotion. We don't know yet for certain, but I'm hoping. But the other one is the land deal is a go. We have signed off on conditions. Deep breath. Because at this point, the land deal must happen. Because once you've signed off on conditions, it means that you're on the hook. So that means, borrowing a chunk of money. It means, but hopefully this will also mean that I've got a place to go to kind of take a breath and be away from things. So it is one of my two big dreams. The other big dream, of course, being the pro bono thing. I'm still working on that. I'm trying to get that going. And yeah, that one, the main obstacle is just trying to get my income stable enough via the YouTube things that stable enough that I can sort of rely on it, because that's kind of the big wrinkle on all of that is you don't want to make the leap to being like, I am I am full speed ahead on all of this, and then you're like, oh, turns out I can't afford anything. So yeah, your body language says stress. You are not wrong. I am currently hurting, and I am currently all the things. But so I don't know. You may end up seeing some video covering things like cabin building, because I have to. Right now, it's just bare land, and so I'm hoping to put up a cabin there. I don't really know there's a bunch of different competing options for that. So one of the options is to buy a cabin and try to move it there, which is a whole thing. One option I kind of wouldn't mind experimenting with is something called bale cob, and bale cob is basically bales of hay covered in mud to make sort of a building. That is an option. I might try, I'm down to try an experiment with all sorts of things. So people saying, can Rob do this? I don't think Rob could come out to build a whole thing out there. And what is it? I love cob houses. Cob houses look wonderful. The problem is you can't build just cob out here, because if you build just cob, it has no cob has a lot of thermal mass, but it doesn't have a lot of insulation. And out in Canada, you need insulation because otherwise you will freeze to death. So, yeah, that's kind of my news. It's I'm always nervous. I'm always like, I hope all of this works out. I want to plant some trees up there, like some apple trees and stuff like that. I want to do all these things, and I just got to get all that figured out. So, yeah, but you guys didn't come here to hear me sort of prattle on about my nervous, nervous sort of stuff there. Let's talk a little bit about, I guess we'll talk a little bit about a bunch of things. Well, one of the first ones that I know a lot of you have wanted me to cover, and we're going to cover, is the Hawk Tuah lawsuit. And the Hawk Tuah lawsuit is really interesting for a few reasons. One of the most interesting things about it is the bits we don't see. So let's cover some super chats, and then we will go on. How about a yurt? The yurt is one of the things is I really want to, I want it to be like a 4-season shelter. And the reason why I want it to be 4 seasons is because hunting season for elk extends up until December 31st. Technically, I have an elk tag and I could be hunting right now, but I'm not. But it is really cold out, really, really cold. And so if I was in a yurt right now, I would be freezing to death. So I want it to be able to be warm. So no, I just mean like I want it to be able to handle winter as well. So yeah. We'll pray no developers buy up the land around you for an HOA. I'm out in the middle of nowhere. Nobody's putting an HOA up in this area, so that is not going to be a thing there. So I have experience with straw bale. I'll DM you. Okay, that is awesome. So let's have a look as we let's have a look at this this lawsuit, because there's some interesting stuff here. Now, I am probably going to send a message. I've had some brief communication with the lawyers on this file, but brief is just they sent me this document. So let's have a look here. Okay. So share screen. So this is the Hawk Tuah lawsuit. Now you might be wondering, what is the background on the Hawk Tuah issue? Well, so this woman, Hailey Welch, decided to, she sort of sprang into meteoric rise to fame. And this originates from a viral video where somebody approached her and they said, they asked her some question. I forget the question. And she made a blowjob reference. So the Hawk Tuah is a reference to spitting specifically on genitals. And I'm told I should get to the super chats before we go. So the first thing I will do is I will roll this one. Canonical Heat says, towards huge tracts of land. Happy holidays, Runkle. Thank you so much. I don't like anyone. Oh, there we go. Thank you for the membership. Rainman YYC, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Vez, I'll skip this one. I'm guessing that's probably because of the time of year, but I also want to wish everyone happy holidays. Much love. Good to see you. Canonical Heat, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Very generous and much appreciated. Jen Edwards and Lionidas the Kitty. Runkle, thank you for always being there. Happy holidays to you, the missus, and the puppers. Happy holidays. Megan, aka Mega's Autistic, love the CC video. I'm guessing that's the gift card video. Peyton Wasmiller, land, woo. Good to see you too. Rainman YYC, congrats on the new parcel of land, biathlon trails. I don't really ski, but maybe I'll have to take that up. Cat ass, here's to the land fund to see Runkle be the modern day Dick Pernecki. I don't know who that is. Merry Christmas, sir. Merry Christmas. Coffee and Corgis, thank you for the new membership. Lady Fang says, thanks for all the laughs this year. I hope you, Mrs. Runkle, and the doggos have a great Christmas. Looking forward to more awesome legal stuff in 2025. Thank you. And Ian Paler says, right on that thing. So JC Mack, congratulations, Ian. Thank you so much. So, the Courtroom Confidential interview. Yes. The Hawk Tuah, she took off in popularity and she got a podcast deal with with Jake Paul, I think it was. So anyway, she is making a ton of money off that deal, and she decided to venture into crypto. And so they made a Hawk coin. The Hawk coin is now pretty much defunct. What happened is that at the outset of the Hawk coin, it as soon as trading opened, it basically flatlined. And the reason why is because they had all of this reserve that they had no limitations on sales. So it just it plummeted. So the people who were involved made a ton of money, and the people who were buying it lost their shirts. So, not a great start to a career to immediately do that. Check out CoffeeZilla, by the way. CoffeeZilla went after them. I'm not going to run the CoffeeZilla like clips or anything because I don't want that guy coming after me. But yeah, he just went after them something fierce. And more than justified. But so the a whole bunch of people lost a whole bunch of money on this. And now, unsurprisingly, we have a lawsuit. Now, the Hawk Tuah girl's real name, which I'm not doxing her here because this is well known, is Hailey Welch. And one of the things you'll notice here is that Hailey Welch is not listed in the defendants. Now, that's really interesting. Really interesting to me because I go like, why is she not listed? And the reason why is that she's posted online. She's actually referring people to the law firm that is behind this. Now, I'm just going to say, if you actually, investing in like these crypto shit coins is basically a great way to lose your money. But lots of people don't know that. Lots of people who are sort of naive investors, they hear about all these crypto millionaires and so forth, and they're like, I want some of that for me. And the problem is that you're probably not going to be the millionaire. You're going to be the people who lose all their money. I have had some people suggest that I start a shit coin just as a joke. And I'm like, I don't even want to do that as a joke. I thought about doing it, But apparently there's already somebody who's already got a coin by the name I'd have gone with, which would have just been scam. Scam as the coin. So, and then I would have promised that the coin would go down. Oh, hey, Michael Loberg, I'll take $50 in Runkle coins. Guys, this is Michael Loberg. He is a lawyer in Calgary. I right now am super owing him a debt of gratitude because a client that we both had got a great result, and Mr. Loberg did the heavy lifting on the great result part. I got it started, and then because of circumstances, and I still need to get the permission to actually talk about this in more detail. But yeah, he brought some justice for both the sort of wronged party, which was the client, and also justice for the villain, which was the other side. And the other side is having a real bad Christmas because A, Mr. Loberg doesn't F around, and B, because he's an a-hole. Not Loberg, the opposing party is. So yeah, Loberg is a good friend. He's a great guy, and yeah, I will lift a glass to him as well. So, all right, now let's so we don't see Hailey Welch here, and what is very likely is that Hailey Welch has almost certainly flipped and is basically trying to throw everyone else under the bus. Now, is Hailey Welch going to avoid a lawsuit? I don't think so. I think Hailey Welch is going to be brought into this. And the way she ends up getting brought into this is that she gets the defendants will say she's got some of the blame. They'll pull her in, or some other plaintiff will come in and they will, they'll try to drag her in. I don't think she's going to walk on this without anything, but yeah. All right. So let's have a look at what they're talking about here. So plaintiffs, defined below, by and through their attorneys, allege the following upon information and belief, except as to allegations concerning plaintiffs which are alleged upon personal knowledge. What is information and belief? Well, it's a less exacting standard, but yeah. Alley Cat says, can you at least give us the soundbite of her saying she's going to bed? I don't have it ready, but let me try to find... Runkle should probably take a minute to explain who Jake Paul is, since so many in the chat don't know. Jake Paul is one of the Paul brothers. He is... And the Paul brothers are both awful. Like, the worst. So, they got famous for reasons I don't know, and now they sort of seem to be behind all sorts of sketchy things. I don't really know how to describe him without swearing. All right. So let's have a look at this. This action arises from the unlawful promotion and sale of the Hawk Tuah cryptocurrency meme coin known as the Hawk token, or Hawk, which defendants offered and sold to the public without proper registration. Defendants leveraged the extensive social media following of Hailey Welch, a prominent social media personality known as the Hawk Tuah Girl, to market the token as a groundbreaking cryptocurrency project. Now, I'm just going to say, guys, if you are famous, and I mean probably famous in a way that isn't like... People allege I'm famous from time to time, and I am not famous. I get occasionally recognized, but I am not like famous in any real way. Hawk Tuah Girl is way more famous than I am, and she just made a blowjob joke. So yeah. But if you happen to get famous, stay the hell away from cryptocurrency, because there's a lot of people who are ending up, there's sort of a huge body count of people who have ventured into cryptocurrency as some sort of significant influencer and ended up really, really regretting it. By the way, there's something else I want to announce, but I can't announce it until the 30th. But I guess stay tuned. So, yeah. Through aggressive promotional campaigns and promises of future growth, defendants created a speculative frenzy that caused the token's market value to spike shortly after launch, reaching a significant market capitalization. So the token was offered by defendants in collaboration with Overhear, a Web3 launchpad platform. The Hawk was supposed to emphasize community engagement, inclusivity, and bridge mainstream culture with the cryptocurrency world. Guys, anytime you see that they want to bring mainstream culture to the cryptocurrency world, you should think of this as like, we want to bridge the cattle farm with the slaughterhouse. That's really how you should look at this. And if you don't know which one you are, you should be very concerned about what's happening if you have any involvement, right? If it's like, hey, I'm being invited to some cool new party. Yeah, the party is not... yeah, this is... yeah, this is the best way to put it. They're looking for suckers. Yeah. So don't buy stupid monkey pictures is the sort of advice I will give. So defendants' promotional efforts included posts highlighting the token's groundbreaking nature, inclusivity, and roadmap for adoption. Defendants leveraged Welch's celebrity status and connections to enhance the token's credibility and appeal, including discussing the Hawk Project during Welch's podcasts featuring notable guests. I do not have notable, notable guests. I have occasionally reached out to people to be like, hey, do you want to come on my channel? And they're like, crickets. So the pre-launch marketing for Hawk framed the token as more than a speculative asset, portraying it as a cultural movement with significant growth potential. Welch's involvement and her reputation as a trusted public figure signaled to her followers and potential investors that the project was poised for success, fostering an expectation of profits based on her efforts. Very, very few crypto projects have any sort of success. The Hawk token launched on the Solana blockchain. The launch had rapid growth in trading activity and market capitalization. However, the token's value experienced significant volatility. That's a very generous way to put it, losing a substantial portion of its value in hours. The token launched with a market capitalization of 16.69 million. Can we just stop for a second? Can we stop for just 1 second? How does it end at 0.69 million? How does that end at 0.6? Like, who is writing this season of reality? Because what? That's just too perfect, right? Yeah. Within hours, the token's market value surged to 491 million. However, shortly after that, it plummeted more than 90%. So, yeah. The Hawk token exhibits all the characteristics of an unregistered security under established legal precedent. And I just have to stop here for this. I'm a stripper, and one time another dancer choked on steak at work, and a customer had to do the Heimlich. I couldn't believe she went back to work. I have to make a terrible joke because it's contractually obligated. How much did she charge the customer for that? Because I feel like that customer probably felt that they did okay. So yeah. All right, that is terrible, and we're moving on. But yeah. Also, we have some news. I just saw that brought up in chat, so we'll have to talk about that too. That is interesting. Oh, we're gonna talk about this. We got to talk about that. We're gonna talk about the Rust development. So yeah. All right. We'll finish this, but first though. The Hawk token exhibits all the characteristics of an unregistered security under established legal precedent. Investors made a monetary investment by purchasing tokens during the pre-sale on decentralized exchanges. Common enterprise exists as evidenced by the pooling of funds and the token's success being tied to the collective efforts of Welch. Now, they're going to mention Welch a lot, which is why it's really weird that she's not in this, right? So the marketing campaign led by defendants created a reasonable expectation of profits among investors through statements like Tuah the moon and promises of redefining the crypto space. By the way, let's talk about trials here, because they're going to try to put this to a jury trial. So let's talk about juries. Who ends up sitting on a jury? Well, for the most part, it's the people who are unable to get out of jury duty. And what that often means is retirees. Older people are overrepresented on juries in both Canada and the United States. Because when the court says, does anyone have a reason why they can't be here? One of the top reasons is, I gotta work. And the next reason is, I have kids that I have to take care of. And, if you're 82, then you probably don't have children that you have to take care of. And you also probably don't have a day job. At least I hope. I mean, the economy is getting pretty awful, but I hope you're not working an 8-hour a day job. So now I just want you to think about how the so let's assume you got a jury of, let's assume half of them are old. So half of them are over 60. How do you think they're going to be sitting here thinking about meme coins to start? And how do you think they're going to be sitting here thinking about Hawk Tuah? Because someone's going to explain to them in the course of this trial what Hawk Tuah means. And so people are going to get judgy about this. And they're going to get so you might see them getting a little critical when they hear that this whole thing is people investing on the basis of a blowjob joke. I don't know how that's gonna be, but I would love to be like a fly on the wall in the of that. So Let's see. I just realized that there's an audio clip I need for this. And yeah, what is it? Yeah, it's let's just see. I'm probably not going to be able to find it right now. Sigh. I realized I needed a Mr. Torg quote for all of this. But what is it? Come on, mate. Most of those in their 60s have had their assistants in far worse ways than the girl expressed. Here's the thing. A lot of those people are going to pretend that they've forgotten what all of these things are. So, yeah. So finally, the token's success depended entirely on the entrepreneurial and managerial efforts of Welch and her project team. Again, why is she not mentioned? Yes, it is the I Can Do Innuendos too one. It is absolutely that clip. And I can't find it right now. I'm just trying to... I don't know if somebody could track that down. Let's see. The problem is it's going to be in a block of a video there. So, all right, let's proceed here. So many of the investors were first-time cryptocurrency participants drawn to the project through Welch's involvement. The rapid decline in the token's value caused substantial damage to investors who relied on Welch's participation and the project's stated roadmap. Again, if you are new to crypto and somebody's trying to bring you into crypto, you should assume that you are just there to be the sucker, right? So yeah, don't be that sucker, right? That's kind of the the key thing there. All right. Let me just see here. I'm just trying to find if I can track it down. All right. At all times, the token has been a security as defined by Section 2, Sub 1 of the Securities Act. Why does that matter? Well, because at the end of the day, securities are heavily regulated, and the government would, or these people would really prefer to not be securities, and the reason why is because that allows them to do all sorts of they have a lot more freedom if they're not securities. So the problem is that a lot of these things are at least arguably securities. So yeah, I think I found the clip. I might have to run that when I can. Okay, so in fact, in a Twitter space that was held after the collapse, defendant So explained that the token holders would be decentralized shareholders in the common movement, where the token holders and the project would be mutual beneficiaries. By the way, the mutual beneficiaries never happened. The project owners made the money, and that's it. Nobody else made the money. So I just want you to think, every time you see a crypto project, think tulips. Now, if you don't know what I'm referring to here, at one point, tulips became a giant craze in, I think it was the Netherlands. And people were spending more and more money on tulip bulbs. They were spending incredible money on tulip bulbs. Now, here's the other. The thing is that a tulip bulb is not super useful, right? I mean, sure, they look nice, but they were not super useful. You can't like build a house out of tulips. You can't any of these things. So the price of tulips kept going up and up and up. And what ended up happening? Well, eventually the price crashed on tulips. And tons and tons of people lost everything. It is sort of the classic example of a, over eagerness market bubble. And we see this over and over and over again in crypto. And it's just like people don't learn. People haven't actually. We think we're so much smarter than like people in the, in the 17th, 18th centuries. We're not. We're not actually much more clever. We just happen to have better technology. So, yeah. Jurisdiction and venue, we're going to skip because jurisdiction's usually boring. Plaintiffs is interesting. Plaintiffs is plaintiffs is like, wow, you're going to be blown away here because I was blown away on this one. This action is brought on behalf of 12 plaintiffs who invested in the tokens from the defendants. Now, they've got 12 for now, and they want to turn this into a class action. But collectively, the plaintiffs suffered damages in excess of $151,000. And you're probably going, 12 people lost $151,000 on a blowjob joke? Yeah. Yeah. So plaintiff Abdul Hadi Al-Buni is a resident of Pasadena, California, who suffered damages of $18,500. Navzoban Dhaliwal, Manteca, California, suffered damages of $7,800. Justin Formica is a resident of Battle Mountain, Nevada, and suffered damages of $10,000. There's a few $1,000, $2,000, $1,000. And then we're going to get to the real high roller. There's one person here who... So plaintiff Eric Porat is a resident of Brooklyn, New York, and suffered damages of $70,000. $70,000 invested in a blowjob joke. Now, this is probably resulting in some very difficult conversations with the family because if I lost $70,000, my wife would have some opinions, and those opinions would be, Runkle, you get to sleep outside in the snow. And not like the nice snow, but you're going to sleep where the dog has been. Because, yeah. Now, can you imagine going up to, like, your spouse and just being like, hey, I lost $70,000 on a blowjob joke. I can't imagine. So now there might actually be bigger losers out there. And I mean losers in both senses, in the sense of they lost money, and also losers. Sorry, you spent that much money on a BJ joke. That is loser behavior. That is just, yeah. So there might be bigger losers out there, and they might just be unwilling to express this in a public court filing, because I gotta say, if I lost $70,000, and yeah, this is entirely possible. It could be that the number is exactly this. If I lost $70,000 on Hawk Tuah, I mean, I got to assume that like Eric Porat has the kind of money where he can lose $70,000 and walk away from it, because otherwise that's insane. But I would not want to tell a single living soul. I would take that shit to my grave. And on my deathbed, they would be like, "Do you have any confessions?" And I would be like, "Come closer. Come closer. Come closer." And then when they're right up in there to listen, I'd just be like, "No. No, go fuck yourself." I have nothing to say. Right? Like, that's... So, yeah, okay. Now, this is also a question that gets asked a lot, which is people say, is there a level of fraud that is so stupid that it stops being criminal? And the I just got on here. What, are you effing drunk? I'm not even regular drunk, my dude. I'm just attention deficit as hell. Either saddle up and enjoy it or saddle off. But every so often people ask, is there a level of stupid for a fraud that that prevents people from recovering? And and this is because a lot of frauds are actually insanely dumb. For instance, if you've ever seen the violin fraud, the violin fraud is a classic. It shows up in movies, it shows up everywhere, but it also shows up in real life. Here's how the violin fraud works, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a violin, it doesn't have to be anything. But you get the first guy. The first guy goes and he walks in and he drinks heavily. And then when the bartender goes, "Hey man, it's time to pay your bill," the guy says, "I don't have any. Oh shit, my wallet. I forgot my wallet at home. Hey, how about I leave my violin here and I will go get my I'll go get my wallet and I will come back and I'll pay you." And so he goes and leaves. And then the second guy comes in and says, "Hey man, where'd you get that violin?" And the bartender's like, "Oh, it's not my violin." And the guy's like, "No, like I'm a violin, I'm a violinist." Is that the word? And it can be done with jewelry. It can be done with all sorts of things. And he's like, "That thing's worth, millions of dollars. Like that's a Stradivarius or that's, whatever." And the bartender goes, "Oh, wow." And he goes, "Yeah, you should totally, like, I would buy this off you for like, if this was your violin, I'll give you like, I'll give you, $100,000 for this violin today." And the bartender's like, oh man. Oh, okay. So then Buddy leaves and he leaves his phone number. And then the first guy comes back and he's like, "Hey, yeah, so I couldn't find my wallet, or like, hey, I got my wallet." And the bartender's like, "Hey, would you sell this violin?" He's like, oh man, this violin, I got this from my grandfather. I couldn't sell this violin for anything less than, I don't know, $2,000. And the bartender goes, yeah, I'll give you the $2,000. And so the bartender hands over $2,000 for this violin. And he's like, yeah, man, I'm doing great. And then he calls up the guy to say, I got the violin. I've got, I'll sell it to you for 100,000. And it's like, at the sound of the tone, the time will be, I don't even know if those numbers still exist. But so this guy has just bought a violin for $2,000. And what is the violin worth? Well, they probably picked it up at a pawn shop for $50. And this scam, when I tell it to you like this, it sounds like the dumbest shit you have ever heard, right? It sounds like the most idiotic thing that nobody could possibly fall for. Other stupid scams that people literally fall for all the time include things like, hey, the Eiffel Tower is being sold for scrap metal, and do you want to buy it? People fall into this all the time. So many of these scams are just idiotic shit. And the answer is there really isn't a level of stupid that that forgives you from committing a scam, right? So yeah, it is a whole thing. So, defendants. Defendant Alex Larson promoted the project online, including on X, hosting Twitter Spaces where he discussed the project. Larson also uses the persona Doc Hollywood in his online accounts and other ventures. Larson is a resident of LA, California. Defendant Overhere Limited. Overhere is a Web3 developer that served as a launchpad for Hawk and promoted the project. Defendant Overhere is registered for business in Hong Kong. However, a moderator with the username Miss Macy on the official Discord server for Overhere recently posted on December 18th, hey fam, Overhere is a global team, and it's not just based on one country. I really am amused. I am going to commend the lawyer on this one, because not a lot of people think to get on the Discord, and I am betting that they have downloaded that entire Discord right now. they have a copy of every message there. So Defendant Clinton So is the founder and controller of Defendant Overhere. Defendant So personally promoted the project in online spaces, including on X. Defendant So is a resident of Hong Kong. Defendant Tuah, the Moon Foundation, Tuah Foundation, received funds from the sale of the token. The Tuah Foundation is registered and headquartered in the Cayman Islands. Now, guys, anytime you see Cayman Islands, you should be concerned, because I'm assuming other things happen in the Cayman Islands other than fraud and money laundering and so forth. But you never hear about those things, right? You never hear about Cayman Islands anything other than than the crimes. And hey, Lieutenant Commander Gordon, hello, Zanar Pal owner and business partner from King West Liberty Village, Toronto. Hello. Sorry you're in Toronto, but yeah. Jelly Bean the Turtle. Even my grandma knows those islands are the scam islands. Yep. There's a few islands that basically just, a few sort of places that their basic thing is just hiding money. So yeah, it's when I hear Cayman Islands, I'm like, oh, that's the kind of thing you're doing. So factual allegations. In the last few years, meme coins have emerged as a distinctive category within the cryptocurrency ecosystem, characterized by their deep-rooted connection to internet culture, humor, and community engagement. These digital assets, while functioning as tradable cryptocurrencies on blockchain networks, derive their primary appeal from their association with viral trends, social media phenomenon, and celebrity endorsements. The term meme coin aptly reflects the reliance of these assets on cultural references and branding strategies that resonate strongly with online communities, serving as a tool to build awareness and attract participants. If you've ever thought, I want to invest a meme, invest in an online meme, then A, this is how you do it. And B, don't fucking do it. It's just, I don't get it. So the Hawk token is a meme coin. Okay. One of the defining features of meme coins is their accessibility and their relatively low barrier to entry for creation and launch. Leveraging existing blockchain infrastructures such as Ethereum or Solana, developers can create and distribute meme coins with comparative ease. These tokens are typically introduced through decentralized token sales or public offerings, accompanied by marketing campaigns that emphasize community-driven narratives and distinctive branding. This approach allows meme coins to quickly capture the attention of potential investors and community members. And when you see investors here, please read that as suckers, right? That's really what they're talking about here. So in order to generate initial interest in a meme coin, the coin's promoters will often give away free promotional or discounted coins. This is often referred to as whitelisting or airdropping. So, yeah, this is to create some initial motion in the currency, right? Potential investors also want to be able to buy or sell these tokens in an active market. In order to ensure there's a market at the time of the initial launch, developers frequently establish liquidity pools on decentralized exchanges, such as over here, to facilitate trading and ensure market access for participants, further enhancing the accessibility of these tokens. So if you are, if you create something where just, what do you call it? Where there's no movement there, then it's basically a dead coin, right? All the people who are there are just like they've either already invested or not. So you want people to be buying and selling things so that there's already sort of a pattern before you open up. So that's really what they're talking about here, right? Imagine a currency that nobody does business in, but nobody, like, it's never going to take off, right? So the appeal of meme coins lies primarily in their integration of internet culture and their ability to foster highly engaged communities. These communities, often thriving on platforms such as X, formerly Twitter, Reddit, and Discord, play a pivotal role in the promotion and adoption of meme coins. By the way, I'm just going to say that the rebrand of Twitter is doing really, really badly if they still have to put formerly Twitter in all of that. You know what they don't have to put formerly here? They don't have to put formerly for Discord. Yeah. Now they have to say X because it is now legally X. But yeah. Investors are drawn to the sense of belonging and collaboration that these communities offer, creating a self-reinforcing cycle of engagement and promotion. You know what you should not be investing in? You should not be investing in a feeling of belonging. because that is the worst investment ever. Like, that is the, I'm going to invest in vibes. Like, no, do not invest in vibes. That is such a bad idea. And I just see people talking about what they've gained and lost in crypto. I am just looking into what I have actually what my crypto holdings are at. I do have some minor crypto holdings. Where are they at? Yeah, it's not going to log in easily. We're going to skip that. I invested like $500 into Bitcoin at one point, and it's like, okay, I haven't made huge money on it. Did Runkle just describe marriage, investing in a feeling of belonging? Not really. Not really. But yeah. No, there's not going to be a Runk coin. So the speculative nature of meme coins, combined with their accessibility and liquidity, attracts participants seeking opportunities for financial gain in the volatile cryptocurrency market. This is exactly what was going on with the tulip thing. Everybody was able to invest in tulips. Like, you could literally go and buy tulips because it was easy. And people were like, I got to get in on this. I need some tulip bulbs right now. Don't be the last person buying the tulip bulbs. It's yeah. All right. While meme coins often lack inherent utility in the traditional sense, their value is frequently driven by a combination of community participation, trading activity, and speculative demand. This unique value proposition sets meme coins apart from other cryptocurrencies that may focus more on technological innovation or specific use cases. So you might be saying, why are they talking up meme coins in this? Well, the reason why they're talking up meme coins is because what they don't want to tell the court is, my client invested in some tulips. They don't want to tell the court, my client invested in in something stupid. And because if the client invested in something stupid, the jury is going to be less inclined to, and the court is going to be less inclined to give them a break, right? Whereas if they're like, we invested in something serious and legitimate, and, meme coins are totally a legit investment, except these guys are scammers, then they've got a better case. So that's why they're talking up meme coins as if they're like a real worthwhile investment, is because otherwise they're throwing the clients under the bus. So Hailey Welch, also known as the Hawk Tuah girl, rose to prominence following a viral video in June 2024. Her spontaneous and humorous response during a street interview at the CMA Fest in Nashville catapulted her into the public eye, establishing her as a recognizable figure in digital culture. Note that they're not going to explain the humorous response, right? They're not going to tell the court she is famous because of a blowjob joke, right? Again, because they don't want to tell the court these people invested stupidly, right? Welch's distinctive and relatable personality quickly resonated with audiences, leading to a significant expansion of her social media presence. So, guys, let's have a look at this. She's not named in the lawsuit. They're talking her up. They're saying, "Oh, she's awesome." We've gone over a few lawsuits before, right? And usually when a lawsuit is describing anyone other than the actual client, what do they describe them as? They describe them as the worst person ever. This person is, a villain and a scoundrel and and that's not what they do here. They don't actually say this person is god awful. They say, she is pretty awesome. Yeah. So, yeah, it's it is very, very likely that she has that she is working with the lawyers. They're just calmly explaining who she is. Yes. Normally in a lawsuit, when you're explaining who somebody is and they're not your client, you are you're talking about them as like the worst person to the worst person to ever be sort of barely a human. So let me just see here. All right. Following her viral moment, I'm just trying to find the audio clip there. It's all in other things. I don't want a reaction video of the audio clip. I just want the audio clip. All right. No, people are asking, do you have that? And I'm like, I don't have that soundbite right now. Let's see. No, I don't have the soundbite right now. I just have people reacting to the soundbite. That's people on the internet are not helpful. All right, I think I found it. Okay, people are demanding the clip. Let us roll the clip of the Hawk Tuah girl. This is how she was getting grilled by CoffeeZilla, and CoffeeZilla was like, "Hey, hey guys, you what the hell?" So she chimes in with this. Hey guys, I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Hello there. But anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. That is seriously how she addressed the thing, and I just am like, this clip is going to be run in a courtroom, right? The court is going to hear this clip. Hey guys, I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Hello there. But anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. The court is definitely going to end up hearing that. And I've never listened to her podcast, but she sounds like a cartoon character. Like, how many of you have been to Buc-ee's? Buc-ee's has like a big like a cartoon beaver. I feel like that could be the voice of the Bucky's beaver. And I'm just like, wow, they're going to end up rolling this in court. Like when this is going to end up being an exhibit, it's going to be crazy. I just, and people are like, she's got a tremendously successful podcast. I don't get it. I don't get it. So yeah. Following her viral moment, Welch amassed millions of followers across social media platforms such as Instagram, TikTok, and Snapchat. Her posts, which blend personal insights, promotional content, and collaborations, consistently receive high levels of engagement from her fans, underscoring the strength and dedication of her community. I do not have millions of followers. I'm just like, wow. The world is a weird place, right? So, Welch's influence extends across multiple online spaces where she is recognized as a trendsetter and a trusted figure among her followers.
Hey guys, I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Hello there. But anywho, I'm going to go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Trusted figure among her followers. Like, that is the voice that you trust for investment advice? Okay, so in September 2024, Welch launched the podcast Hawk Tuah with Hailey Welch, which quickly achieved significant popularity, ranking as high as number 3 in podcast charts shortly after its debut. The podcast, featuring conversations with celebrities from various fields, further solidified Welch's role as a multifaceted content creator and influential voice in modern media. And I feel like this is the point where we might need this clip. This is Mr. Torg.
Big deal! I can use innuendo too! Tonight's fight is between Flyboy and the Vault Hunter! Blowjobs! I swear!
Like, the innuendo is not subtle here. It is not, yeah. It also helps that she's extremely gorgeous. It certainly doesn't hurt. So, yep. So the Hawk Token. The Hawk Token is a meme coin-based cryptocurrency project created by Overhere, a platform purporting to integrate Web 2 and Web 3 audiences through innovative projects. From its inception, Hawk relied on Welch's personal brand and influence to generate significant anticipation among her followers and the broader cryptocurrency community. Unlike some other meme coins, Hawk emphasized community engagement, inclusivity, and bridging mainstream culture with the cryptocurrency world. The Hawk Token was presented as an initiative designed to reshape how non-crypto investors engage with blockchain technology. Yes, it has done that. So it has done that in the same way that, like, how do I put this? It's done this in, like, the same way that, like, a bear trap would reshape how people engage with their underwear. Because, yeah. Oh. This narrative framed the token as an accessible entry point into the cryptocurrency space for everyday investors. It was totally accessible. Like, it's so easy to get involved with this. It's as easy as putting your dick in a blender. And about as about as much fun. So, yeah, accessible isn't always a good thing. You know what else is accessible? A mousetrap. Like, a landmine is accessible because it's intended to be easy to operate. You know, all you have to do is put your foot on it. The marketing campaign for Hawk began with Welch announcing the token on her social media platforms, generating immediate excitement among her millions of followers. Welch portrayed Hawk as a unique project that would unite her diverse fan base, including listeners of her podcast, Hawk Tuah, buyers of her merchandise, and supporters of her philanthropic work. What? Wait, what philanthropic work? Okay, I didn't know she had philanthropic work. But okay. Defendants leveraged Welch's celebrity status and connections to enhance the token's credibility and appeal, notably discussing the Hawk Project during an episode of her podcast featuring entrepreneur Mark Cuban. So you'll notice this of like defendants leveraged her celebrity status and connections. Like she was just like there by accident when really you can see like, how did they get on her podcast? Well, they would have gotten on her podcast by her invitation. And they're really making her seem like a bystander to her own life here, which is it's a choice. And you better believe that when she gets brought into this lawsuit, there's going to be other ways of describing her involvement here. So Welch's promotional efforts emphasize the token's groundbreaking nature and inclusivity while creating an expectation that it would redefine the crypto space. It has not redefined the crypto space. It has, in fact, met expectations for the crypto space. So, yeah, this is pretty much exactly what we expect. Because, yep, crypto space is kind of a whole thing. So, yeah. All right. To build further engagement, Welch's team launched a pre-sale campaign that included free or discounted token distributions through airdrops and whitelists. These efforts allowed select investors to receive free tokens and priority access to the project. The use of whitelists conveyed exclusivity and incentivized early participation, fostering a sense of urgency among Welch's followers and the cryptocurrency community at large. And she is not named. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Defendants actively promoted these initiatives on social media platforms, positioning Hawk as an inclusive yet innovative project. So, yeah. They have all of these, Twitter messages. So on November 5th, 2024, Welch tweeted on X, Tuah. I like how it's Welch tweeted on X. You can tell the rebrand's going real well when it's tweeted on X. Tuah the moon, directly invoking a widely recognized phrase in cryptocurrency markets that signals a dramatic rise in value. By the way, whenever you see people saying to the moon, you're probably being ripped off. This statement, made to her substantial social media following, reinforced the notion that Hawk would experience significant appreciation. Welch's credibility as a public figure and her direct involvement with the project amplified the statement's impact, particularly on her audience, many of whom were unfamiliar with cryptocurrency markets but trusted her endorsement. Let's look at this tweet here, folks. Let's just enjoy this tweet in all of its majesty. So she's got a cowboy hat for some reason. She's riding a horse. And you can see in the background, there's both an American flag and a green line going up. This to me says, oh yeah, this is somebody who, like, this is sound financial advice, right? This is something I want to invest in. This looks like Canva threw up. Okay. Throughout the promotion and launch of Hawk, defendants made sure that Welch played a central role in marketing and generating demand for the token. Again, they phrase this like she's a bystander in her own life. So, yeah, no, she marketed this token. So, Welch's statements and involvement directly tied the token's success to her leadership and influence. Don't give influence to a blowjob meme, folks. Like, come on. Promotional materials distributed by Over Here referred to Welch as the internet's favorite meme queen and emphasized her ability to unite fans from various platforms into the Hawk ecosystem. These efforts by defendants positioned Welch as the driving force behind the token's adoption and potential value appreciation, creating a reasonable expectation among investors that their profits would result from her entrepreneurial and managerial efforts. Do not rely on the entrepreneurial and managerial efforts of a blowjob meme. Like, I'm trying to be serious here, but like, you shouldn't be surprised that this coin turned out to suck. You should not be surprised that this coin went down. Yeah. So Over Here, big announcement. We're excited to partner with Hailey Welch X, the internet's favorite meme queen behind the viral Hawk Tuah girl meme, to launch Hawk, a meme coin that's set to redefine the crypto space. Why Hawk is special. This isn't just another token launch. Hailey's launch of the Hawk meme coin represents a meaningful step in bridging mainstream audiences with the crypto world. This is like a major step between bridging baby ducks and like a tank full of sharks. Protecting the community with free token distributions and allow list campaigns. Fans who are newcomers to crypto will get to experience the blockchain in a safer way. There is no safer way. This was a bunch of people discovering that the gas station condom that they were offered did not actually provide them with a whole lot of safety. Transparency first. Hawk's focus on inclusivity for non-crypto fans sets a new standard for meme coin launches, leading the charge for transparent, community-driven projects. And they all lost their shirts. So, they have some token launch schedule stuff. In preparation for the launch, a pre-sale raised approximately $2.8 million at a valuation of $16.69 million. Tokens sold during the pre-sale were unlocked at the token generation event, enabling investors to trade them immediately upon launch. Established liquidity pools on decentralized exchanges to facilitate trading and ensure market access for investors. And yeah, however, this success was short-lived. Following its rapid rise in value, Hawk experienced extreme volatility within hours of its launch. The token's market capitalization plummeted by over 90%, dropping by below 100 million shortly thereafter. Yes, this is like saying that the Hindenburg experienced volatility, shortly after its launch. And yeah. Many investors drawn to the project through Welch's outreach suffered significant financial losses as they were left holding tokens that had lost substantial value. So, this token experienced a premature collapse. In a Twitter space held on December 5th, 2024, after the collapse of the token price, defendants Larson and So, speaking on behalf of defendant over here, tried to explain what happened. Larson explicitly made it clear that the Hawk Tuah meme was a famous and known meme in the United States. He said that if you walk down the street in Hollywood, California, you ask 10 people, do you know what Hawk Tuah is, right? 9 out of 10 people will effing know what that is. He continued to say that Hawk Tuah is a cultural meme. We're not launching some celebrity bullshit. That's not what we're doing, right? Hawk Tuah is a cultural meme that everyone knows here in America. The project clearly was intended to take advantage of the American market. Guys, you cannot actually invest in a meme because you don't actually how do I put this? You don't actually have a share of the meme, right? This is like somebody selling you a share of the Brooklyn Bridge, but they don't own the Brooklyn Bridge. They're just giving you a share of the idea of the Brooklyn Bridge. It's insane. Crazy. Anybody telling you, oh, look, you're investing in this meme is obviously ripping you off. Defendant So also explained that the team at Over Here attempted to skirt the American securities laws. The project sold an initial allocation of 17% of the tokens to a select group of individuals. As Defendant So explained, they were advised by lawyers that they should construct the Tuah Foundation as an offshore entity and sell that 17% through that entity. We heard the request for us to do this in a public matter. And I think having consulted with lawyers, I guess the legal opinion was that in order to protect Hailey and mitigate any considerations around potentially being deemed to have sold unregulated securities to Americans, that it should be done by SAFT agreements that would be by this legal structure that we were advised to set up in, I believe it was Cayman or BVI. And we tried to essentially have that as 5K checks and scale that. Ultimately, that was kind of like quite difficult. Oh, guys. How is it that Mr. Rivers puts it? Stop self-snitching, right? Because this is, yeah. Defendant Larson said something similar. Yes, there was a strategic allegation that was done through SAAS for people outside the United States of America because of all the security laws. Yeah. Hey, we're intentionally using this offshore account to try to hide this money from the security regulators. Ooh. Oof. So, yeah. However, they continue to market the remaining 83% of the tokens to the market as a whole, and no serious attempt was made to restrict purchasers to non-American purchasers. Furthermore, around the 21-minute mark in this Twitter space, Defendant So tried to explain the economics of how the system was supposed to work based on social media engagement metrics. In linking the success of the social media influencer like Welch, he literally said that the token holders would essentially be shareholders. And, it's kind of like, way that, by being holders in, I guess like mutual holders in this token, you then become like, I guess like decentralized shareholders in this kind of, common movement, where, we're both, obviously we both beneficiaries, ultimately, if you're a holder of the token, you ultimately a beneficiary, if the token does well. That's a lot of knows. That's a lot of knows as they're trying to explain this. So Hawk tokens are securities subject to regulation under the Securities Act. So the Securities Act defines the term security to mean any note, stock, treasury stock, security future, security-based swap, bond, debenture, evidence of indebtedness, certificate of interest, or participation in any profit-sharing agreement, collateral level trust certificate, or collateral trust certificate, pre-organization certificate, or subscription, transferable share, investment contract, voting trust certificate, certificate of deposit for a security, fractional undivided interest in oil, gas, or other mineral rights, any put, call, straddle, option, or privilege on any security, certificate of deposit, or group or index of securities, including any interest therein or based on the value thereof, or any put, call, straddle, option, or straddle. Straddle has entered the chat on the Hawk Tuah meme coin. Or privilege entered into on a national securities exchange relating to a foreign currency, or in general, any interest or instrument commonly known as a security, or any certificate of interest or participation in, temporary or interim certificate for, receipt for, guarantee of, or warrant or right to subscribe to or purchase any of the foregoing. That's a lot of words. So, the Hawk involved a common enterprise. We can skip over that because it basically says they worked all together. The Hawk tokens were sold with and purchased with the expectation of profits for the efforts of others. We've already covered that a little bit, but they noted that the use of phrases like big announcement and secure your spot emphasized exclusivity and urgency, encouraging potential investors to view early participation as a unique opportunity to benefit from the token's anticipated growth. The inclusion of celebratory emojis, such as a rocket and confetti, reinforced the speculative excitement surrounding Hawk, further suggesting that the token would appreciate in value. Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of this fine jury, they used a rocket emoji next to a confetti emoji, next to a zucchini, next to a pair of lips. What did you expect people were going to think? Sorry, an eggplant. I've got my emojis wrong. Oh, my, yeah. All right, so let's look at the sale and purchase of the Hawk took place in the United States. That's important for violation of the United States securities laws. But they had people noting, got my free token yesterday at 4 p.m. and I'm in the USA. Defendants' failure to implement effective measures to prevent participation in the United States is evident in the absence of IP-based geo-blocking or any other robust technological barriers. The website lacked a click-through mechanism that would require users to affirmatively confirm their non-US status before accessing token-related content or participated in the offering. In fact, they appear to have made no efforts to keep Americans from buying these. The marketing and promotional efforts for Hawk were largely targeted at and accessible to American audiences. Welch, a United States-based influencer with a significant following in America, played a central role in the project. Her social media posts, podcast appearances, and other promotional activities were readily available to United States residents and directly encouraged their participation in the Hawk token ecosystem. The involvement of high-profile American figures, such as Mark Cuban in Welch's podcast discussion about Hawk, further demonstrates the Hawk's focus on and connection to the American market. They say that they allowed and even encouraged American participation. And, violated the Securities Act. They're saying a registration certificate or statement has never been in effect or even filed to register the securities with the SEC. Sale and solicitations were conducted through the internet, a means of interstate communication. For example, the defendants used platforms such as Overhear and sold the tokens across state lines, and internationally, all without registering the tokens with the SEC. Just about everywhere actually potentially has legally binding emojis, just as a FYI. So, Section 12A1 of the Securities Act provides that any person who sells the security in violation of Section 5 is liable to the person purchasing such security from him who may sue either at law or in equity in any court of competent jurisdiction to recover the consideration paid for such security with interest thereon, less the amount of any income received thereon, upon the tender of such security, or for damages if he no longer owns the security. I.e., you can sue the money, for the money you lost if you bought a unregistered security. So they're saying these are unregistered securities, and that basically these people need to pay up. Now, again, I don't know why Hailey Welch is not listed here, other than she's probably working with them, right? That's really the wrinkle there. All right. All right. So, count 1 for violations of Section 5 and 12A1 of the Securities Act against all defendants. So, what do they want? They say, furthermore, the Over Here team managed the technical launch of the token on chain along with a major infrastructure company. The Tuah Foundation supposedly controls the wallet that receives the fees from token sales. There's a unique smart contract feature for this token. Every transaction incurs a 15% fee. That's insane, by the way. 15% transaction fees is nuts. That means if you want to buy $100 worth of Hawk Tuah, it costs $115, and that $15 goes directly to the Tuah Foundation. Nuts. Everyone involved in this was getting eggplanted hard in the peach. So this wallet has collected around $3 million USD. Defendants are therefore liable to plaintiffs for rescissory damages of $151,250 for their purchases of the Hawk tokens in an amount to be determined at trial. Plaintiffs hereby tender their Hawk tokens back to the defendants, i.e., we're giving you these tokens. They're worth nothing, but we want our money back. So, yeah. So what do they want? They want rescissory damages. That means making them, giving them their money back of $151,250. Reasonable attorneys and expert witness fees and costs. Expert witness fees on this are going to be high. Why are they going to be high? Because they're going to need experts to explain what the hell a crypto is. Like 70-year-old grandma who has never cryptoed in her life, they're going to be explaining to her what a meme coin is. That's going to take some experts. Interest and such other relief as the court deems appropriate, which is basically, if the court thinks of something else I should get that I didn't think to ask for, please give it to me. Jury demand. We want a trial by jury. Okay. And this is via Berwick Law PLLC. This case is gonna end up getting larger. So, and I gotta roll this. Vomit Fountain says super chats are a better investment than crypto and have the bonus of making Runkle angry. Thank you so much. Let's cover some super chats here. I'm just seeing what's going on. Mr. Tecan is up to some shit. That's what I'm getting messages about here. Emily Ahrens, happy Festivus, Runkle and chat. Happy Festivus. Carol Greer, Merry Christmas. Congrats on your gift to you. Thank you so much. I should have brought the bottle of champagne here. Marley R. Well, not champagne. The bottle of Prosecco, which is not champagne because it's not from the right area. But yeah. Hi, Ian. I didn't tell Jeff often enough that I love him. I need you to know that you are loved. You are absolutely one of my favorites. That's a tough feeling when you're just sitting there going, I wish I'd said this. And yeah, it's tough. So I get where you're coming from, and me too. I wish I'd had more yeah. Wish I'd had more conversations, wish I'd had more time. It is what it is, right? You never really know when time gets called. So yeah. I miss Jeff, and yeah. Fiona W, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Laura Christine, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Dr. Moo was also a very common figure in our chat, and he's not going to be around, and it's sad. Trying not to break up here, so I'm gonna just keep moving on. Ms. Tanisha, have a wonderful holiday. Much love from YYC. I will have to make it down to YYC at some point. Crazy Cat Queen, any suspicion of Jake Paul being involved / behind the Hawk Tuah coin? We'll find out when they get into Discovery. Thilo Agde says, will there be a pew pew range on your land? Hoping to. Yep. Lady Fang, if you're ever tempted to invest in coins, take that money, put it in a pile, and set it on fire. You'll be better off since the fire kept you warm. You're not wrong there. So, yeah. Cherry Mills, happy Christmas to you, Mrs. Runkle, and chat. I will, yep. Marley R, could you reach out to Homestead Rescue? I don't know Homestead Rescue, but I guess. So Shell C, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Kyle Fox, yes, you can call the WWV or USNO clocks using the phone numbers on their website. Awesome. So those clock numbers are still in place. Joy to the world. Wishing you all safe and happy holiday, Ian and chat. Thank you. Honk Banana No, since I usually talk too much and do too little, I appreciate having you here. So, yeah. And thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Just because bad Yakov Smirnov voice in Soviet Russia. Tuah, Hawk you. Big Dog 5758. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Laura Leanne, Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas. Laura Leanne, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Skisi, we want gold-plated coins with Runkle's face on it. Coins are really expensive. I looked into coins, and they're really, really expensive. So I thought about that one. That's Simona. Thank you so much. Lacey Petite, she sounds just like Sandy Squirrel from SpongeBob. Kristen M96, random thoughts. Wasn't there more auction stuff? Doesn't the money have to be in by the end of the year? There is more auction stuff. We're gonna do it for next year because the Canada Post strike. I'm not auctioning more stuff until that gets solved. Holly, I appreciate you and your channel. Have a wonderful holiday. Thank you so much. And Anon Mouse, to bring up the mood, this week I discovered my cat has inverted nipples. Okay, that's a discovery. That is a whole choice there. No, you are not too late. We got lots of stuff to cover. There's still going to be more stuff to cover. All right. Homestead Rescue is a TV show. I mean, it's not really a homestead. So if you plan on making a shooting range, be sure you can shoot at metal targets because everyone else does it and it's safe. Don't let them make rules like no handguns on the rifle range. Yeah. I will see what I can do. I'm hoping to have that sort of set up. So with a big enough sledgehammer, 2 slugs of steel, and a Dremel, coins aren't that expensive. just the cost of materials at that point. Fair. I don't think I'm going to make them myself. Daffy 9, happy holidays, Ian, Mrs. and Puppers. I will pass that along. Michigan Farm Boy, here's to Mr. Toucan finding a better mental space in the new year and leaving you in peace. I don't know that that's really likely to be a thing, but yeah. I'm getting a colonoscopy in 2 weeks. What about you? I am not getting a colonoscopy in 2 weeks. So, yeah. Runkle of the Bailey, are you or Rob streaming Friday? I don't know. I don't know what Rob's up to, and I don't know what I am going to be up to there, but yeah, we'll I guess we'll figure that out. I'm just trying to see what did Tecan get up to here. Somebody sent me a Tecan link. He just got a decision that dropped recently. Well, his matter he brought another human rights complaint and it got thrown out. Not against me, against Visa. Human rights complaint for, yeah. Apparently the Canada Post strike is over. They're mandated back to work. They're not fully sort of, I'm going to wait until after Christmas to get the stuff out. But, because right now they're going to be freaking crazy and they're going to be probably closed. So, yep. And now I got to run. Crazy Cat Queen. Ian, you could sell leather coins to help fund your pro bono defense so we could be part of your start. Just a thought. Also, love you, mods in chat. It's not a bad idea. I need a 3D printer. Kim Carter, thank you so much. Yeah, right now it's going to be crazy. Will I be talking with the Blake Lively complaint? I don't have the Blake Lively complaint right now, so I guess maybe if I get it, but we got a lot to cover. We got lots to go over. All right. The next thing I want to go over, though, is a press release. So I guess swoop. Let's do a swoop. Yeah, swoop. All right. So there's news in the Baldwin trial. Let's pull that up. Because that's a whole thing. Baldwin trial news. Carrie Morrissey has finally managed to see the light. And I think we can read between the lines here that Carrie Morrissey didn't so much see the light as she had the light pointed out to her by people who were yeah. So for immediate release, Santa Fe, New Mexico, FJDA blah 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 words. FJDA supports the special prosecutor's withdrawal of the notice of intent to appeal in State v. Baldwin. On December 23rd, 2024, Special Prosecutor Carrie Morrissey withdrew the state's notice of appeal filed on November 21st, 2024 in the state of New Mexico versus Alexander Ray Baldwin. The appeal would have challenged the court's dismissal of criminal charges against producer and actor Alec Baldwin, which included involuntary manslaughter in the tragic shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins on the set of Rust on October 21st, 2021. The FJDA commends Morrissey for her work in prosecuting 2 cases of such magnitude and national attention, including the successful prosecution against Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. The FJDA supports the Hutchins family and their continued fight for justice in civil court. The dismissal of criminal charges against Baldwin has sparked debate about the legal process and accountability in the Rust incident, in which a talented cinematographer lost her life and director Joel Souza was injured. Helena's tragic death has prompted industry-wide scrutiny, specifically in New Mexico, of state safety protocols, especially the use of firearms and live ammunition on set. Nobody was ever supposed to have live ammunition on the set, but yeah. Helena's family set up the Halyna Hutchins Foundation to advocate for safer practices in the industry, promoting safety education and honoring her legacy as a talented filmmaker. Despite disagreement with the court's decision, the FJDA remains steadfast in its mission to uphold justice. There is still much work to be done in criminal court, and our office will continue to diligently prosecute cases with integrity, fairness, and commitment to the rule of law. Signed, Mary Carmack Altwies. And let's look at the second thing here, because the second one gives us a little bit more of a clue as to what happened. So, special prosecutor announces withdrawal of notice of intent to appeal. Today, Special Prosecutor Carrie Morrissey withdrew the state's notice of appeal filed on November 21st in the state of New Mexico versus Alec Baldwin. The appeal challenged the court's dismissal of criminal charges against Alec Baldwin, which included involuntary manslaughter in the death of Halyna Hutchins on the set of Rust on October 21st, 2021. The state strongly disagrees with the decision of the court to dismiss the case against Mr. Baldwin and maintains that the evidence submitted to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office by Troy Teskey was not material to the prosecution of Baldwin and was known to the defense prior to trial. Now, here's where we get to the line. The special prosecutor intended to pursue an appeal of the dismissal. However, the Office of the Attorney General notified the special prosecutor that the Attorney General did not intend to exhaustively pursue the appeal on behalf of the prosecution. Under New Mexico law, only the Attorney General is vested with the power to prosecute and defend criminal appeals in the higher courts. As a result, the state's efforts to continue to litigate the case in a fair and comprehensive manner have been met with multiple barriers that have compromised its ability to prosecute to the fullest extent of the law. The government told Carrie Morrissey, the DA told, or the Attorney General told Carrie Morrissey, knock it the fuck off. Like, you're done here. You're over. And hello, Megan Fox viewers. Good to see you. But yeah, this is absolutely reading between the lines here. The Attorney General told Carrie Morrissey, stop, you're already dead. That is, that's what's happened here. Carrie Morrissey did not, I don't think Carrie Morrissey really grabbed a clue here. What it is instead is that Carrie Morrissey was told that she can't keep going. Like, you have to let this go. And that was absolutely the right decision. Absolutely the correct move. But it is kind of insane that she had to be told that she that this is time to go, right? Like, yeah. So the special prosecutor consulted with the victim's family prior to withdrawing the notice of appeal. This is proper. Halyna Hutchins' mother, father, and sister oppose the withdrawal of the notice of appeal. So the mother, father, and sister want these criminal charges to go ahead. They want them to proceed. But the consulting would have been, listen, we have to stop because we can't actually win this. Like, yeah. So Special Prosecutor Morrissey noted, this has always been about seeking justice for Halyna Hutchins. We regret that Mr. Baldwin will not be held accountable for the role he played in the death of Halyna Hutchins. And as we withdraw the appeal, we do so with the hope that the outstanding lawsuits bring some measure of justice to the family of Halyna Hutchins. So Carrie Morrissey didn't want to drop it. The family didn't want to drop it, but dropping it is the right way to go because that appeal wasn't going to win, right? That appeal was not going to succeed. And I feel really, really bad for the family of Helena Hutchins because they have really been cheated out of justice here. Alec Baldwin, notwithstanding his acquittal, is a piece of shit. Alec Baldwin deserves nothing, and he deserves, so I can tell you, I am not gonna be in theaters to see Rust. I'm just not, and I'm a guy who likes westerns. I actually genuinely like Western movies. I would have gone to see Rust probably, but for this whole, shit show. So, like, I hate this result. Like, I really hate the result, but ultimately it's over. It's done. It's finished. And yeah. Now, I will say that this result is better for the film industry. And what I mean by that is that this is going to be better for movie armors. This is going to be better for various other sorts of people in the movie sphere. So I guess I'm glad for the film armors because I've got a bunch of friends in that community and I don't want to see them suffer. But Alec Baldwin is a jerk bag. It's so yeah. Somebody said I would only be there for Jensen Ackles. Jensen Ackles is no longer in Rust. Jensen Ackles saw the whole shit show and was like, check please, I'm out. So Jensen Ackles made what I think is a very, very sensible decision, and I have nothing but regard for Jensen Ackles. Yeah, I think he now he says that his reason for dropping out of the movie was that because of the delay in filming, that it created a conflict in his schedule, which quite frankly, I think is probably a Hollywood excuse. That I think he basically is going with the Hollywood excuse of, oh, isn't it a shame I can't do this? Oh, so sad. It's such a sad thing that I can't do this movie anymore. I have this other commitment. I gotta wash my hair. The Rust film asked Ackles out on a second date, and he's like, yeah, I have to alphabetize my dishes. So, yeah. Anyway, it's over. It's done. Yeah, like a politician spending more time with their family. I suspect we may see. Like Baldwin. Baldwin wants revenge. Baldwin is angry. Baldwin wants revenge on Carrie Morrissey. So we may see more of this, more of that shit there. What is that? I can use alphabetize my dishes as an excuse in future. Thank you for that. I was just like, what is the dumbest excuse I can come up with? And that's what I came up with. So Michael J. Money, Runkle, you keep saying we won't see justice for this tragedy, but I disagree. Hannah's conviction and the dismissal with prejudice were both the just outcomes. I don't know on the dismissal with prejudice, but the ultimately, I mean, yeah, the prosecution shouldn't have done the things, but I don't know that it actually was significant. So yeah, what is it? As someone who works in talent management, scheduling is always the excuse. Yep, that is how you do it. All right, Kim Carter, I forgot to send a message. Lol. Happy holidays. Happy holidays. Witchy Jesse, link for Blake Lively complaint in Discord for you. I will check that out. Amara Deshane, Alec didn't learn anything from the situation either. He's still out there running his mouth and wanting to tell his side of things. Yeah, and unfortunately, they can't prosecute him again, even if he says something really dumb. So, Tough Cookie, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Yeah. All right, let's what was the next thing I wanted to talk about? Oh, right. TikTok. Let's talk about TikTok. So, for the people who don't know, TikTok is being subject to restrictions here in Canada. The Canadian government has told TikTok that they cannot have any business operations in Canada. What have they not told TikTok that they can't do? Well, they aren't actually barring TikTok from playing videos in Canada. So they're not actually banning TikTok's TikTokery. Oh, and I'm being told I've missed a pupper swoop, so we will do 2 things. So, K-Rab, Merry Christmas to you and Mrs. Runkle. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas. And I got a pupper swoop. So basically, TikTok will, if the government has its way, TikTok will still be accessible in Canada. You're still going to be able to watch TikToks. You're still going to all of those things. But TikTok won't actually have any business here. And that also means that it'll probably put a damper. Right now, TikTok does not pay Canadian creators. Doesn't matter how many, like if you're a Canadian creator on TikTok and you have, and you have thousands and thousands and millions. Like if every video you put out on TikTok as a Canadian creator gets millions of views, TikTok will pay you nothing. And I don't think that's going to change with this. But the government basically said, TikTok, you're not allowed to have any offices in Canada. You're not allowed to do business here. You're just allowed to continue running the videos and so forth. So, what does this mean in practical sense? Well, it means that TikTok is suing them. Here we go. So, federal court between TikTok Technology Canada Incorporated and Canada Attorney General, Minister for Innovation, Science and Economic Development, and the Governor in Council. So, we're now having a suit. So, notice of application to the respondents. A proceeding has been commenced against you by the applicant. The relief claimed by the applicant is below. By the way, this page is all mandatory stuff. And TikTok pays no one in Canada. Correct. Nobody in Canada makes money directly from, being paid from TikTok. According to Trump, he's going to take back the Panama Canal. I don't think that's how that works, but All right. So application. This is an application by TikTok Technology Canada for judicial review. What is judicial review? It means that a government has made a decision and you don't like the decision, so you're taking them to court to undo that decision. So that is what you are challenging. You're saying they made a bad decision. Now, what might a bad decision look like? Well, a bad decision is one that is unreasonable or gets the law wrong. So, and Honk Banana No says, I don't understand. Why doesn't this document comes now? Because we're in Canada. We don't do comes now here. So, all right. So they want to refer this decision to court, and the decision was that it was an order that TikTok Canada wind up its businesses and cease all operations in Canada on the basis that the investment would be injurious to national security. So the applicant makes application for one, an order setting aside the order in council. So they want to reverse that decision. In the alternative, an order setting aside the order in council and remitting the issue back to the minister and the governor and council to redetermine the review of the investment, i.e. send it back to them and tell them to do better. Think about it again. So, yeah. A stay of the order in council pending the outcome of this application and any appeals. So they're going to say, while this is being heard, please don't make us like cancel everything in Canada. So, yeah. A confidentiality order pursuant to Rule 151 in respect of confidential documents that may be filed, i.e., TikTok is going to be filing all sorts of business documents. They're going to file things about how they do business, about how TikTokeries. And so they want those to be kept secret. That is very common with businesses. So, yeah. Leave to judicially review the referral and the OIC in the single application. So they want it all heard, the applicant's cost, and such further and other relief. The grounds. Objection, grounds. So the ICA establishes a regime for the review of investments by non-Canadians who establish a new Canadian business or acquire control of a Canadian business to assess inter alia whether they, one, are likely to be of net benefit to Canada, and two, could be injurious to Canadian national security. The purpose of the ICA is to provide for the review of significant investments in Canada by non-Canadians in a manner that encourages investment, economic growth, and employment opportunities in Canada, and investments in Canada by non-Canadians that could be injurious to national security. So, what's a good example on things? Well, let's say Canada has a milk ration. What do I mean by that? You actually, in order to produce milk in Canada, you need to have like you need to have a quota for milk. And if you have a quota for like 10,000 gallons of milk, but you have cows that just really do excellent, and the cows produce 20,000 gallons of milk, you are required to dump that milk onto the ground and waste the milk. It is idiotic, but this is how Canada works. But let us imagine that somebody in like China wanted to buy up all of the milk quota at once and just own the Canadian milk market. Well, that might be considered injurious to Canadian national security because they would own all of the milk. And I see Americans going, what the hell? And you are right. This is absolutely nuts. It is a political third rail because farmers lose their minds when when they're told like, hey, we're going to get rid of this, because it artificially keeps the price up on milk to, yeah. The U.S. also does not like what Canada does with milk quota because it also keeps out American milk. And so, yeah, this is a whole big thing, right? But by the way, milk quota is incredibly expensive. Like if you want to start a dairy farm, it's insanely expensive to get the quota, like ridiculous. So, all right. So, national security review. So, part 4 establishes the regime for review of investments that could be injurious to Canadian national security, i.e., the National Security Review. Under Section 25.2, if the minister has reasonable grounds to believe that an investment could be injurious to national security, they may notify the investor that a review may be ordered pursuant to the law. So they can say, hey, we think that your thing is bad. So National Security Review ordered by minister. If the minister, after consultation with the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, the Public Safety Minister, considers that an investment could be injurious to national security, the minister shall make an order for the further review of the investment within 45 days. And within the prescribed period, the minister must, after consultation with the public safety minister, either discontinue the review with no further action and send a notice to that effect, or refer the investment under review to the governor and council. So that's made where they're satisfied that it would be injurious to national security, or on the basis of the information available, they're not able to determine whether it would be injurious to national security. And the referral must include a report of the minister's findings and recommendations on the review. Minister may request an extension, and the governor and council may, within 20 days, take any measures, including directing the non-Canadian not to implement the investment, authorizing the non-Canadian to make the investment on terms and conditions, or requiring them to divest themselves of control of the Canadian business or of their investment in the entity. This is the legal basis for this, right? Now, here's the thing. If TikTok is a foreign influence, then so too is probably Instagram and Facebook and Reddit and Google and every other thing on the internet. And the thing is we are past the era where it makes sense to try to control what Canadians see. And so, yeah. All right. So the TikTok platform. TikTok is an entertainment platform for creating, sharing, and viewing videos, primarily available through the TikTok mobile application. People use the TikTok platform to share and discuss all manner of topics, from sports and entertainment to current events and culture. Subject to limitations based on a user's age, users can communicate in a variety of ways, including by creating, sharing, and commenting on videos, direct messaging other users, and creating new content that incorporates and responds to other users' video. Users view content primarily through TikTok's platform's For You feed, which presents users with videos curated specifically for them by the TikTok platform's innovative technology, including its proprietary recommendation engine. The TikTok platform is provided in Canada by TikTok Pte. Limited, a Singaporean corporation, which is also the data controller of Canadian user data. The TikTok platform currently has over 14 million monthly users in Canada. That's a lot of users. So, wow. Through the TikTok platform, Canadian businesses and content creators can reach a global audience of over 1 billion monthly users. So, TikTok Canada is incorporated under British Columbia law. It was previously known as Network Sense Ventures Limited, which was acquired in 2018 by ByteDance and formerly renamed TikTok Technology Canada. The establishment of TikTok Canada was the subject of the NSR that led to the referral and the OIC, and in turn, this application. So, yeah, we're going to skip over the corporate structure. TikTok Canada's business and engagement with content creators and the Canadian government. TikTok Canada provides hundreds of Canadians with well-paying jobs and contributes millions of dollars annually to the Canadian economy. TikTok Canada sells advertising space to consumer brands, governments, and other Canadian organizations that wish to advertise on the TikTok platform, and they pay creators nothing. They do not pay the creators. Most of TikTok Canada's revenue is generated from these ad sales. In addition to selling advertisements, TikTok Canada's team supports the TikTok platform through various activities, including carrying out initiatives to support Canadian creators, artists, and businesses on the TikTok platform, developing products, tools, and infrastructure that support advertising features, and developing tools to detect, monitor, and promptly handle violative content on the TikTok platform. Let's talk about the moderation that you have to have on something like this, because the moderation you've got to have on anything online is pretty awful. Being a moderator on these things is like the worst job I could possibly imagine, because there's going to be people uploading like pictures of their taint. There's going to be people uploading like pictures of children. There's going to be people uploading pictures of, what is it? All sorts of things, gore and porn and gorn and all the stuff, right? So, yeah. All right. So the moderation is important, but it is also the worst possible worst possible job you can get. So and also this, and people uploading maps that list Taiwan as its own country. There is that too. There is that too. So what is it? ASAP accidentally threw an Amber Heard Aquaman doll in the trash compactor at work. Mega mistake. Those are probably collector's items, because I don't think they're gonna do a whole lot of. I don't think they're gonna do another run of those. So, TikTok Canada participates in important Canadian public policy issues at the federal and provincial level, including those related to online safety, elections, and culture. TikTok Canada works with Canadian federal and provincial government organizations to help address online harms. And during the 2021 federal election, TikTok Canada also worked with Elections Canada and the Privy Council Office on partnerships to support election integrity on the TikTok platform. I suspect that was a lot of censorship too. So, yeah. So TikTok Canada's cooperation with FIRES prior to the National Security Review. So let's skip ahead a little bit. FIRES is the Foreign Investment Review and Economic Security Branch. So FIRES did not require them to file ICA notices. They said it was preferable for them to delay the filing of the ICA notices pending further developments relating to the TikTok platform in the United States. What does this mean? It means that they're watching to see if the United States would ban TikTok and then be like, oh, yeah, then we'll take steps. So in the spring of 2022, they approached FIRES and DCH to attempt to proactively address the ICA notices. It began working on the files. FIRES expressed no urgency, and it did not specify a timeline. February 2023, they notified TikTok that it would soon be requesting the ICA notices. They agreed that they would prefer draft filings prior to perfected versions. On February 14th, they provided the draft notices and subsequently responded to their clarificatory questions. They issued the first of what would be many requests for information. And yeah, so basically they're saying, we've been cooperating with the government. We've been doing all of the things. Now, FIRES eventually ceases engagement with TikTok Canada. While TikTok Canada continued to deliver confidential responses to the request for information, their substantive engagement with TikTok ceased in early 2024. Why? Because Congress in the U.S. introduced legislation to ban the TikTok platform in the United States. So Canada, notwithstanding the fact that we are like, hey, we are totally our own country. When the US banned TikTok, they suddenly were like, So TikTok Canada spoke with Fire's officials in light of this development and offered updates on developments in the United States and reiterated its continued willingness to engage with Fire's. However, Fire's advised that it was not yet ready to engage with TikTok Canada and provided no advice as to how it would be prepared to engage, advising only that Fire's may have more clarity on this in the next couple of months. On March 14th, the minister announced that he had ordered the NSR 6 months prior. So, in the absence of any update, TikTok Canada again contacted them to say, hey, what's going on? Let's provide an update in the United States, and including their intention to challenge the U.S. ban in a U.S. court. They said, hey, when will you be ready to re-engage with us? And they said, nope, we can't give you any update as to when we'll be doing that. And yeah, so Fires abruptly concludes the NSR. So they've had no engagement with Fires other than to deliver confidential responses to the request for engagement or request for information. Why is all of this important? You're like, this is a lot of words, Runkle. Why does this matter? Well, because reasonable includes giving you an opportunity to present your side of things, right? Let's say I apply for a firearms license, and let's say they decide that they don't want to give me a firearms license because they think, they heard a rumor that I keep talking about killing Bob, right? So they're like, this guy keeps talking about killing Bob, so he's got to be a super dangerous person. We can't give him a gun license. Well, they should raise to me like, hey, we heard a lot about you killing this Bob dude. What's with that? And give me an opportunity to respond, right? That's part of fairness. That's part of the proper duties there. And if they don't do that, if they fail to give those opportunities, then that may not be reasonable because it's not a proper process. That's what TikTok is saying is, you guys didn't give us a chance to explain ourselves. So not proper. So Fire sent an email to counsel for TikTok Canada addressing the recent amendments allowing investors to submit undertakings that could be accepted directly by the minister as part of the NSR, and requested confirmation of whether undertakings would be provided within 3 days and delivery of any undertaking within 10 business days. They published an administrative note that contemplates that the deadlines are not consistently adhered to and references extensions to the deadlines to allow time for undertakings to be considered. So, at the request of TikTok Canada, Fires met with counsel to discuss the form letter. They said that the form letter was a standard form letter that had been sent to all investors under ongoing NSRs, and it was not intended as a message tailored specifically to TikTok. They did not ask TikTok to submit undertakings to the minister, suggest that it was important that undertakings be submitted, or provide any indication as to what proposed undertakings the minister might want. So the period was running out. TikTok is like, hey, we need more information. Are you guys asking for an extension? What's going on? And then Fires said, hey, listen, they convened a call during which they advised that the form letter and TikTok's failure to submit undertakings within the specified time period were important reasons that led to the minister's decision to conclude the NSR. We said you don't have to worry about the undertakings. And then when you didn't worry about the undertakings, we decided to proceed to banning you. So later, they convened another call during which they stated that their failure to propose undertakings in response to the form letter was an important factor in the minister's decision, and there were no undertakings that could resolve or mitigate the minister's concern. So both you guys were upset with you because you didn't submit any undertakings, but also there's no undertakings that would have mattered. And TikTok is like, come on, guys, we're willing to work with you. So they basically said that they had some concern with regards to the way this was going, that if they noted that if the form letter was in fact an urgent and final opportunity to discuss a resolution, then this should have been made clear, especially given that they specifically said it wasn't, and that the TikTok had a history of good faith cooperation. And the minister said, nah, we're not interested. So they wrote to the minister proposing some undertakings, and they say that they made best efforts to prepare a confidential list of proposed undertakings that would address the minister's national security concerns, and they didn't receive a response to that letter. Okay. So, Governor and Council orders the windup of TikTok Canada. So, what does that mean? It means that they have directed TikTok Canada to basically cease to exist. It's, yeah. All right. So, the minister concluded the NSR, and they said basically that they were directing a windup of its business and to cease operations in Canada. So, TikTok, you got to stop existing in Canada. So, grounds for review. Minister's conclusion that the investment would be injurious was unreasonable. That it's ultra vires. Ultra vires means outside of their power. So, for example, let us say I am the mayor of, Moose Knuckle, Alberta. That's not actually a real town. But let's imagine that I'm the mayor of Moose Knuckle, Alberta. I have some power, but I don't have unlimited power. And so let's say, as the mayor of Moose Knuckle, Alberta, I propose a new criminal law. And that's outside of the power of a mayor of some small town. So the government, at that point, like somebody who got charged with that thing could say that was ultra vires because it's outside of my power, right? It's just not allowed. So, yeah. And they say it's ultra vires, the governor and council, because it was predominantly driven by improper purposes. What are the improper purposes here? Well, politics. The reason why the government rushed ahead on the ban of TikTok was basically because it was political, right? It's just so, yeah. The governor and council unreasonably exercised its discretion in issuing the order in council. It's grossly disproportionate, and it was procedurally unfair, i.e. you didn't give us the chance to do any of this. So, minister's conclusion that the investment would be injurious to national security was not transparent, intelligible, or justified, and was therefore unreasonable. So you have to give reasons for it. So, yeah. Oh, why am I getting that? Okay. So they say, 1, the conclusion was untenable in the lights of facts and the law. The minister erroneously and without basis in fact concluded that the investment would be injurious to national security. Failed to engage with TikTok. Basically, you didn't let us give have our chance to speak. Fettered his discretion by considering irrelevant factors. I suspect those irrelevant factors are going to be issues of, was this popular versus not? Minister failed to consider relevant factors, including the purpose of the statutory scheme. So, ultra vires, because it was driven by improper purposes. So it orders measures that bear no rational connection to the national security risks it identifies. The reasons are unintelligible, fail to reveal a rational chain of analysis, and are rife with logical fallacies. Whoop. Good morning, Nick, and Merry Christmas. So the GIC, independently and in reliance on the findings and process overseen by the minister, misapprehended the evidence, and therefore the order in council is premised on incorrect facts. fettered its discretion by considering irrelevant factors in issuing the order in council, and failed to consider relevant factors in issuing the order in council, including whether it would achieve the national security objectives contemplated by subsection 25.4 and the NSR and the purpose of the ICA more generally. Why do they say it's grossly disproportionate? It'll result in the termination of over 250,000 contracts with Canadian-based advertisers. In addition, it'll cause the destruction of significant economic opportunities and intangible benefits to Canadian creators, artists in business, and the Canadian cultural community more broadly. Of course, given that they don't pay Canadian creators, those benefits to Canadian creators are pretty intangible. So the measures set out in the Order in Council are grossly disproportionate to the Governor in Council's stated concerns, particularly in light of the less onerous measures that were available to the Governor in Council under the ICA, including the imposition of terms and conditions on the investment. Procedurally unfair. Why? Because they failed to substantively engage, so they just wouldn't talk to them. So application will be supported by the following materials: one or more affidavits to be filed, and such further and other evidence. So that's what's going on right now. TikTok is suing over all of this. They're like, don't shut us down. Don't any of that. So we will have to see, because I think TikTok may actually have a decent argument here, but it is always very difficult for the prosecution to establish any of this sort of issue there. All right. Now, where is that video I wanted to show you guys next? Let's do a swoop. Did I accidentally close that window? I hope I did not. All right, swoopity swoop. And there. All right. So, I'm just trying to watch the, let's see, how long is that one? Yeah. I inadvertently closed that video there, and now I'm trying to pull that up again. Where is that? Yeah, chat, guess how many hours of sleep I got last night? If you said 3, then you are incorrect, because I tried to get 3 hours of sleep, but I failed. I was planning on getting 3 hours of sleep. I just well, not so much planning. I tried to sleep, I couldn't sleep, and then I attempted to get some sleep in, and I was laying in bed for the 3 hours, and it just didn't actually work. So, all right, let us stop the screen, let us present. And am I doing another charity live stream? I will be doing another charity live stream. I'm not sure when the next one is, but there's going to be at least one in November. Whoop. And so let's pull this up. Oop. Oh, that was the thing I wanted to talk about. Did I nap? I got a 45-minute nap in. It was not enough nap. All right. Let's have a look. We're going to watch Luigi Mangione's. I suppose I should swoop. We're going to watch his arraignment. So let us do a swoop. Rob Price, they're not actually in the prohib category, but pretty good. Okay.
Charging the crime of murder in the first degree and other related charges. How do you plead to this indictment, sir? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Okay, so can we just talk about this right off, right at the outset? They got 4 deputies surrounding him. What do you think he's gonna do? Like, it's like they've got the like. This guy's not the Joker, right? This guy is not. It's not like he's gonna suddenly like bolt for the door, right? These guys are unnecessary, and there's so much performance that they're putting on for this. It is ridiculous. He's not going to Superman the judge. There's no indication that he's going to do that. Maybe don't give him a suppressed firearm, but you guys have to stop making him look like a badass, right? You got to stop making him look like he is the worst thing ever. And yeah, this is so ridiculous, right? So, yeah.
Your Honor, we have a copy of the indictment, notice of immigration consequences, as well as rap sheet. I believe the court has it. We give the court an extra copy and one to counsel. Does the court wish that we be heard with respect to bail?
So here's the other thing. I don't know if you guys saw, but they walked him. They did a perp walk with him. And in this perp walk, he's like surrounded by cops. And he is, he's also got the mayor beside him. And like, you're behind him, like being like, I'm the mayor. I'm like, and it's so ridiculous. It is, this is such a ridiculous, like, gong show. It's just a murder, right? Like, it's just a murder trial. That's it. So, yeah.
Well, what is the situation with the federal authorities? They have a string order on these cases.
As we understand that we have primary jurisdiction, and we have been informed by the U.S. Attorney that they intend on allowing us to try our case first. So with respect to whatever goes on there, as the party with primary jurisdiction, the trial and the sentencing will take place here prior to anything that takes place in the federal system.
What you just said, the answer is it's fine if we take custody today.
That I'm not sure, because Your Honor signed a writ in which it says that we're going to return the defendant to federal custody. So I think that would be step 2. I do think that logically, as the party with primary jurisdiction, the custody should be here. But I asked the court, in light of the court signing the writ, indicate.
So basically, right now they're trying to figure out, hey, where should this guy be held? Is this New York? Is this, is this going to the federal system? And the prosecutor is saying, well, we're keeping him here in New York for now. They're letting the feds are letting us do this at the outset. And yeah. Fem Dandy, thank you, Runkle. I've been depressed and stuck in bed when I'm supposed to be at work by now. But this case just gave me the adrenaline to finally get up. Get to work if you're going to be at work. This is all really performative, though.
That we would return him to federal custody, that be done at a later time.
Well, I've been through this before, and if you do that, they will rid him right out of So I don't think I'm going to do that. But if you
This prosecutor looks so fucking pleased with himself. And I'm just going, yeah.
work it out with them, that we would take custody rather than us bringing them back for any proceedings, that would be great.
We will make every effort to accomplish that, Your Honor.
But there should be some kind of detainment, we know that.
Yes.
If there's a hearing order changes, there should be some mechanism that he's brought here.
Absolutely.
And then you can do that. All right, is there any further?
Yes, Your Honor. We'd like to make a record, if that's okay with Your Honor. First, we request immediate expedited discovery in this case. The people have had this case for about almost 3 weeks, and that's more than enough time to gather as much information as they can give to us, especially now that we have 2 proceedings that we have to answer to, one of them being death eligible. So we are.
She's like, yeah, we need them to get off their ass and get us the discovery. It doesn't sound like they're waiving speedy trial on this one at all. They're like, yep, we're wanting to go ahead. So
are requesting that we get immediate discovery of the New York City Police Department and FBI and federal and state documents. And the second thing I want to make a record of, Your Honor, is I'm very concerned.
Everyone celebrates this, I think, including Eric Adams. The sad thing about the Eric Adams situation is that I also have a law school prof who is named Eric Adams. And the law school prof, Eric Adams, is a lovely human being. He's just the nicest guy you'd ever find. He managed to make constitutional law interesting and, lively. And it's such a shame that he shares his name with a sack of, shit-covered nails. So, yeah.
About my client's right to a fair trial in this case. He's being prejudiced by some statements that are being made by government officials.
Yes.
Like every other defendant, he's entitled to a presumption of innocence. But unfortunately, the way this has been handled so far, his rights are being violated. And as you know, Your Honor, there's a wealth of case law guaranteeing his right to a fair trial, but none of the safeguards have been put in place yet here.
And she's like, look at these idiots, right? Look at these, look at these 4 guys. Look at, look at all of this stuff, right? I'm loving this.
In fact, it's just the opposite of what's been happening. He's a young man, and he is being treated like a human ping pong ball between 2 warring jurisdictions here. These federal and state prosecutors are coordinating with one another, but at the expense of him. They have conflicting theories in their indictments, and they are literally treating him like he is
solid,
like some sort of political fodder, like some sort of spectacle. He was on display for everyone to see in the biggest staged perp walk I've ever seen in my career. It was absolutely unnecessary.
Yes. And the thing is even if the evidence is overwhelming against him, and so far it sounds like it might be, he deserves a fair trial, and he deserves a fair trial without any of the fuckery. So, the theatrics that they're putting on about him, 100% they are like, yeah. And I mean, you got this guy over here. Look at that stink eye. Yeah. She is, I like her. I like her a lot.
Been cooperative with law enforcement. He had been in custody for over a week. He waived extradition. He was cooperative at all accounts. There was no reason for the NYPD and everybody to have these big assault rifles that, frankly, I had no idea it was in their arsenal. And to have all of these, the press there, the media there, it was like perfectly choreographed. And what was the New York City mayor doing at this press conference?
Yes. I will just say that I will laugh so hard if there is some sort of sanction or some sort of like thing on this, because Eric Adams decided to interfere. Like, if Eric Adams fucks this case, it will be the funniest thing ever. And people are saying that the judge is married to a Pfizer executive. That could be a conflict. They could bring an application to recuse. We'll see that. So yeah. And I see people saying that I am wearing that I am color coordinated with that I'm color coordinated. That was not intentional. I could tell you the reason why I'm color coordinated is because I was lazy and I'm just wearing the same shirt I did yesterday. So that is the only reason there. Honest question from across the pond. What is a perp walk and why is it bad? So a perp walk is basically that they are where they march the accused from one place to another. And they do this in a place where it's a where this is visible, so that the press can actually take note of this, and that's sort of the perp walk. And what is it? Scott Reich said that her husband is one of P. Diddy's lawyers. I'm just gonna say here, this is such a non-issue because lawyers marry other lawyers. It's a small community. It's like, who gives a shit? Seriously, who gives a shit at the end of this one? I'm just like, yeah. Sorry, Runkle, I need to go this case. The guy he killed didn't get a fair trial. The murdered person never gets a fair trial. But the accused always is supposed to get a fair trial. So, yeah. Being Diddy's lawyer is kind of crazy. Not really. They're just kind of, yeah. So, yeah, perp walk is supposed to be the criminal version of the walk of shame. It is kind of. All right. I suppose I should probably set a goal. What should a goal be? I don't know. I can't think of one right now. Chad, if you've got an idea for a goal there, but yeah.
Your Honor, that just made it utterly political. And as Your Honor knows, under Lauro v. Charles, the Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit has held it to be clearly established that these staged perp walks to the media, unrelated to a legitimate law enforcement objective, is unconstitutional. And I submit there was zero law enforcement objective to do that sort of perp walk.
I mean, there is zero law enforcement objective to have the fucking mayor there, because if you're sitting there thinking this guy is so dangerous that you need 4 dudes surrounding him right now, if he's that dangerous that he's just going to suddenly, like, I don't know, like grow tentacles and start throwing people around the courtroom. I don't know what he's like, then why do you put the mayor next to him, right? This guy's so dangerous that we're going to take our political figure and put him right next to this, like, so, yeah. I don't get it.
There's absolutely no need for that whatsoever. And frankly, Your Honor, the mayor should know more than anyone of the presumption of innocence that he too is afforded when he.
Okay, let's just stop here. This is Eric Adams. Eric Adams doesn't know shit. Eric Adams doesn't. The book of what Eric Adams knows is like an index card. So, Yeah. That said, they did bring Luigi into court today, armed with a deadly weapon. Those eyebrows could possibly take out one or two of those bailiffs there. So, Jab at Erica and Adams being charged with something. Fair. He sure knows that presumption of innocence, else he'd have resigned. Yep. So, yeah, maybe the cops should be arresting her because she just committed a murder. So,
dealing with his own issues. And frankly, I submit to Your Honor, the mayor should know more than anyone of the presumption of innocence that he too is afforded when he dealing with his own issues. And frankly, I submit that he was just trying to detract from those issues by making a spectacle of Mr. Mangione. And there
she went hard on that one. She's like, yeah, let's put him all the way under the bus because he's trying to put my guy under the bus. So, yep.
Consequences to this. He has a right to a fair trial, and I just want to put on the record statements that the mayor made publicly about my client. Nothing saying alleged, for example. And he said, I wanted to send a strong message with the police commissioner that we're leading from the front. I'm not going to just allow him to come into our city. I wanted to look him in the eye and state, you carried out this terrorist act in my city, the city of New York that I love. And he wanted to show symbolism. Your Honor, he's not a symbol. He's somebody who is afforded the right to a fair trial. He's innocent until proven guilty. And the mayor was talking to jurors, future potential jurors that elected him. Those are the people that elected him, that he is talking to and calling this man a terrorist. So, Your Honor, I just want to make a record of this and put everyone on notice that this has to stop. And my client is entitled to a fair trial and the presumption of innocence. And we're going to fight these charges, whether it's in the state or federal, to the fullest extent. Thank you, Your Honor.
Damn, she came to party. Like she all right. This is like if she opens up her briefcase and just pulls out an MP5. So yeah.
All right, well, as you know, I have very little control of what happens outside of this court. But I can guarantee you, as I guarantee every defendant comes through these doors, that the defendant will receive a fair trial. And we will carefully select a jury if that time comes, or when that time comes. But yes, we should expedite discovery.
Your Honor, the discovery in this case is voluminous, to say the least. I have never seen a case with such volume of evidence, aside from the issue of the quality of the evidence.
Bullshit that you have never seen a case with this volume of evidence, because their murder trials have nothing on fraud trials. And I'm guaranteeing that your office has seen some fraud trials where the volumes of evidence are literally that if you printed everything out, it should fill a room. So, and here's the other thing about voluminous evidence. You know what the solution to having voluminous evidence is? You just start turning it over early. Like you just start soon, right? And then you turn over more as you get it. So, yep.
I suggest to counsel, because we have a discovery portal, but given how much evidence there is against this defendant, it would be...
Okay, maybe you ought not to be making those statements. Like, given how much evidence there is against this defendant, you could just say, given how much evidence there is in this case, he is, like... Don't like it. Don't... Like, it. There's no need for this when you are just trying to run a fair trial. You can just say there's a lot of evidence in this case. You don't have to throw in the against this defendant and so forth. He's just trying to communicate to the public his thoughts about guilt. So, yeah.
smarter if council could provide us with a 2 terabyte external drive rather than rely on the crashing of the portal. With respect,
Why don't you get a drive? I'm sorry, your budget for this is fucking unlimited. Like literally all the money. If they needed a Maserati to prosecute this case, they could get 4, right? And you need the defense to provide you with a drive? Just go to the fucking like Walmart and buy a drive. Like, it's not. They're like, oh, well, we're out of money. Defense has to provide us with a drive. So, yeah.
to statement and identification notice, we will be giving that notice within the next 15 days. We're preparing an ADF. We'll do our best to expedite discovery, but I'll say that with redactions and with the volume of it, we're hoping to do it as best we can under, this is not a usual case in terms of the thousands of hours of video tracking and the like, and the fact that we're not only responsible for discovery in this county, but in Altoona where the arrest was made and where several officers were involved. And we're in touch with those people and we're going to get everything council's entitled to.
Then get on it.
As to other issues, I think a 30-day adjournment to see where we're at, and to, of course, council's aware of the various notices. We have notices as well. I take it that the council will abide by the statutory limitations on their notices with respect to any notices they believe to be appropriate. As to council's record on the mayor, basically repeating what the mayor said, I don't know how that advances the ball. We will comply with our ethical obligations with respect to trying this defendant's guilt in this courtroom and this courtroom alone. Thank you.
Okay, then, yeah, that's a whole. Can't remember the case, but he handed over an external drive and the state ended up putting a virus on it. That wouldn't surprise me. I so wanted a legal assistant to just walk in with a drive for her and hand it to him mid-hearing. That would also have been a badass move, and that would have been if she'd predicted that he would pull that move. What does the prosecution usually redact in a case like this? What they might redact in a big way is things like, what do you call it? Home addresses of random witnesses where that home address is not significant. Like if some random witness, and like the guy who, for instance, called the cops at the McDonald's, right? They probably aren't going to send over like his, social security number or his, a copy of his driver's license kind of shit, right? Because the defense has no need for that. It's just like, okay, yeah. So that's one thing. Yeah. Do I think that there's a chance he'll walk out as a free man? I mean, I haven't seen any of the evidence. Right now, I don't know. It sounds like the evidence against him is pretty substantial, but I don't know, right? All of the evidence sounds amazing right up until it doesn't. And this is the thing, is if you go and you watch, watch the Rittenhouse trial where they'll, if you watch the prosecution tell you about their case at the outset, they'll tell you that they have the most amazing, excellent case that has ever been amazing and excellent. And the problem is that once they, once it actually goes to trial, then yeah. Now the main thing that it sounds like the is going to be an obstacle to the prosecution might be jury nullification, because I can just note that this is one of the few murders where we don't just have people in chat saying, I don't think he did it. I haven't actually seen that in chat, but what you will see in chat is people going, I think he did it, and I like that. So that's kind of unusual for a murder case where people are like, I think he committed a murder and I approve. So, like, that is not something I would normally expect to see. And yeah, now, this kind of shows us just how little people like health insurance executives. And yeah, the other thing is that there might be a possibility that he walks on procedural issues. What do I mean by that is, if they want to fuck around, they might end up finding out. So they might, for instance, end up saying, hey, I want to, they might like withhold evidence. They might continue to do these kinds of bullshit perp walks. And if that happens, then we might end up seeing that at the end of this, maybe the judge says, well, you guys wanted it too badly, and you guys couldn't be trusted to run a fair case, so off you go. I suspect that they're going to do a lot in jury selection to try to weed out all of the people who might be inclined to think that Mangione is a hero. Because they're absolutely going to be trying to weed those people out. Like 100% that is going to be a goal. Similarly, the defense is going to try to weed out anybody who might have seen pretrial publicity and decided that he's a bad dude. This is going to be a really... I mean, the evidence suggests that this trial is going to be pretty simple, but jury selection might be interesting. Because it'll be, they'll ask questions like, hey, have you or anybody you know ever been denied coverage for a health condition? And can you imagine, like, lots of people will be okay on that, will be eliminated on that. It's gonna be nuts. People are like, what are your take on this? And here, I guess here's where it goes. Murder is not a good solution to problems, but also I don't really need to care particularly about this particular guy. I see some people in the chat who are making a comparison to the guy who set fire to somebody in the subway. By the way, I'm just like, I don't want to go to freaking New York at this point. If they're setting fire to people and like, so that guy, I mean, I saw some people saying, why didn't he get the giant manhunt? And the reason why he didn't get the giant manhunt is they arrested him very quickly thereafter. So you don't need a manhunt for a guy who you just happen to have arrested already. But that guy is probably much more of a risk to, to justify having like deputies around them as opposed to, whatever else. Right. So, it's going to be complicated, and yeah, I think they might have a difficult time finding a jury that doesn't have somebody on it who is at least sympathetic to Mangione. Now, the other thing is everybody talking about jury nullification. I'm going to say jury nullification is really, really rare, Because even if people are super sympathetic to the CEO, and there is going to be a lot of evidence called, they're going to do their best to make him sympathetic in the trial, like the CEO. They're going to make the CEO as sympathetic as they can. But even if you've got jurors who are sympathetic to Mangione, who think that, you can have a juror who thinks like, hey, I think he did a good thing. They still tend to vote to convict, right? It's still really, really hard to get jury nullification. It just very rarely actually happens. So as much as people are saying jury nullification, I don't think that is actually going to be a thing here. So yeah. So Chelsea Ramos says defense attorneys are so misunderstood. They're the last line of defense between us and government power / overreach. Every argument she makes protects not just his constitutional rights, but all of ours. Absolutely. And, it is important. Sherry A. Green, Merry Christmas to you. Mrs. Runkle and the Pups, thank you. DSN, thank you for the super sticker. H. Scorpio, at least the moderating job pays well. Usually they pay actually really awfully. K-Rab, we needed a Bob emoji. Credit for idea goes to Laura Liani. I will have to figure out a Bob emoji. Nick Starro, isn't moose knuckle the Canadian word for camel toe? Not exactly, no. SF, New York just showing one CEO is more important than all of us. I think part of it is just that the killing made the news, right? So am I surprised he's pleading not guilty? No. If he pleads guilty, they just put him in jail for life. He's got literally nothing to lose for for not doing that. So yeah. He's got nothing to lose. So obviously you do that. Crazy Cat Queen says this over-the-top theater by the government essentially portrays the CEO's life is worth more than any one of us. Yeah, I mean, it's just mostly that he made the news. Morgan, it's not him worried about what his fanboys might do. If they were worried about his fanboys, they wouldn't all be facing him. They'd be facing back, not forward. Monica B., her husband, Mark Agnifilo, is P. Diddy's lawyer. Oh, to be a fly on the wall in their home. Yeah, I mean, people are married to each other. It's a thing. I don't draw any conclusions of it. Matilda says, good morning, 6:20 a.m. from the Netherlands. Good to see you. And Riley has curveball for you. With all the discussion about jury nullification, do you think there's a viable jury tampering charge for people advocating for it? No. Not unless they go and find an active juror. If they find an active juror and encourage that juror to nullify, then maybe. But yeah. Yeah, this is the other thing is supposedly part of his motivation is that he's in pain from a botched surgery, and I kind of get it in the sense of I get what chronic pain is like, because I've been my back right now is really bad, and I'm going to do something that the internet's going to clip and people are going to make fun of me for. So I got this thing. This is a back massager, and this is a back massager that is, it's not like a back massager. This thing is pretty, pretty industrial. And I keep using it to try to undo my back a little bit, and it keeps not working. But man, that thing, it hurts. It hurts a lot. So I get that pain can make you angry. I can tell you it'd be really, really, really easy to be angry all the time about pain. And I try not to be, because I just like, if I'm just going to be like, hey, I'm going to be angry about this, then where does that get me? Right? It just gets me to a place where I'd be angry all the time. And, I probably wouldn't have any friends or anything like that. And but there are times when my back hurts enough that I tell like Mrs. Runkle, I'm like, I need to be alone because I hurt real bad, and I am not going to have I'm not going to have a good mood, right? I'm just going to I need to be alone for a bit. And, so it is what it is, right? So apparently Terry Pratchett was generally angry. Oh, I can see that in his writing, and he directed it toward his writing, not people. Yeah, I feel like there are times that I am snarky as hell, and it's because I am, in pain, and I don't want to snark at a specific, I don't want to rage at people, but I just kind of vent it out by being funny, if that makes sense. So all right. Now, something I don't normally cover, because it's politics, but we're going to cover it from a legal perspective. Because holy shit, did I get a lot of complaints, or a lot of, not complaints, I got a lot of requests to cover this particular thing. And I'm like, okay, okay, we're going to talk about Matt Gaetz. Now, I don't care what party Matt Gaetz is on. It doesn't matter if he's left or right for the purposes of our analyses today, because we're just going to look at, did he do some awful shit? I'm not going to try to make this into the political team sport. And yeah. Oh, and I'm getting a request for Pup Swoop. Now, I'm just going to also note that Gaetz is online right now as we speak. He is on Twitter claiming that this is a giant conspiracy against him.
Conspiracy.
Yeah. It's let's have a look at the Gaetz report. Who even is Matt Gaetz? He's a politician who has a report, Congressional House of Representatives report, on the Committee of Ethics into his behavior. And let's have a look there. Okay. So, report with dissenting views. They are digging into... Can you give a summary of it for those who haven't seen anything? Matt Gaetz is accused of various things. Oh, former politician. I bet he's going to try to get his way back in, but he is accused of things including Cody Wilsoning, as in going to an underage, I just jabbed myself in the eye. Underage sex worker. The other thing is that he was the single solitary no vote on a bill against human trafficking. And I mean, you kind of wonder why he was the no vote. when, on a bill that like every other human was voting yes on. And there's going to be some hints, some hints here. All right, so we're just going to skip over the relevant laws and we're going to go directly to the allegations. Allegations of sexual misconduct and drug use. And we're going to begin a little further. On March 30th, 2021, the New York Times reported that Representative Gaetz was under investigation by DOJ for possible violation of sex trafficking laws. The investigation reportedly, maybe we should just make clear that we are in, the investigation reportedly related to allegations that Representative Gaetz had a sexual relationship with a 17-year-old and paid for her to travel with him. On April 1st, 2021, additional reporting indicated that the federal investigation included allegations involving cash payments, the use of illegal substances, the recruitment of women online for sex, and the use of campaign funds to pay for travel for women. So basically, ethical misconduct Yahtzee. And this is a comment that is getting to right where I was going with this. I hate that they call it a sexual relationship when speaking about a 17-year-old. Gross. No. I don't think this is valid consent, so let's just call this him being a rapist. The DOJ investigation was part of an ongoing inquiry involving a former county tax collector in Florida named Joel Greenberg, who was sentenced to 11 years in prison in 2022. So, all right. So, Representative Gaetz' arrangement with Joel Greenberg. The committee's record shows that shortly after he was sworn into Congress in 2017, Gaetz became friends with Greenberg, who had also recently taken office as the Seminole County tax collector. According to Greenberg, the two met at the house of Christopher Dorworth, a Florida lobbyist. Mr. Greenberg and Representative Gaetz frequently attended parties and other gatherings with young women in attendance. Many of those women were initially contacted by Mr. Greenberg via the website seekingarrangement.com, now seeking.com, and Mr. Greenberg subsequently introduced the women to Representative Gaetz. They're now basically being an advertisement for these pages, but okay. Seekingarrangement.com advertised itself as a sugar dating website, which i.e. is prostitution. So, website that primarily connected older men and younger women seeking mutually beneficial relationships. The mutual benefit there is that the guy receives sex and the woman receives money. It's not a super complicated relationship, in terms of the mutual benefit. The website was generally understood by many of the women interviewed by the committee to involve, at minimum, an exchange of companionship for money. There have been prosecutions against individuals for sex trafficking that originated with contacts made through seekingarrangement.com or similar websites. And some have called the website to be shut down due to its facilitation of prostitution. Platforms such as seekingarrangement.com are known to make it easier for traffickers to exploit victims and connect with buyers. So here's the thing. Some of those pages, like some of those, the women on it are not on it by consent. Like, if you're making arrangements to go meet some woman at a hotel room, you don't know if she's doing that on her own because she feels like that's an arrangement that works for her in her life, or if there is, somebody in the background who's setting up that page for her and forcing her to do it. So, stay off those pages because you might be engaging in more yuck than you think you're engaging in, I guess. And if you're willing to engage in that level of if you're willing, if you're okay with like, hey, this woman is not down with this, well then, please follow other creators. I could give you some names, but I won't because they would really not like it if I did that. So, but yeah, there's probably other creators who will, appeal more to your mindset if that is your feeling there. The committee did not receive any evidence that Gaetz had his own account on seekingarrangement.com. Mr. Greenberg indicated he frequently showed the site to Gaetz and that he provided his login credentials to Representative Gaetz. According to Mr. Greenberg, he and Representative Gaetz would split the costs of drugs, hotels, and girls. Of all the things to split the bills on, that's a hell of a thing. Yeah. For example, the committee reviewed evidence that such activity occurred in July 2017. Specifically, evidence showed that Gaetz, Mr. Greenberg, and others gathered at a rental property located in the Brickell neighborhood of Miami, Florida, for a weekend beginning on July 7th, 2017. Gaetz and Mr. Greenberg also spent time in Fort Lauderdale during the Miami stay, during which time Gaetz withdrew at least $1,200 in cash from 3 different accounts at a single ATM. See, this is frustrating to me because let me tell you a little sidetrack. So I put out a video today, and during that video, I use this cash as a prop. $100 cash as a prop. I had to go to like 4 different places to get this cash out because for some reason the ATMs were not wanting to give me the money. So I was getting transaction declined as I was going from ATM to ATM going like, why is my card not working? And so finally I got the money and I'm like, I just want to do a video on how much gift cards suck. Let me have my money, please. Also for the Americans, you can see through our bills. They've got a little window that you can see through. So, yeah. All right. The security features include a window. All right. So, on June 22nd, Representative Gaetz paid $6,308. Wait. Okay, that I accidentally clicked the footnote and it jumped me down. Okay. Didn't jump me far. $6,308 for that rental booking. Wow, that's an expensive hotel. So Deanna says, why didn't you just go to the bank and do a withdrawal? Because I'm not near any banks. I'm way the hell away from banks. So it's all ATMs near me. I actually did go to one bank, but they didn't let me. They were locked up. So, all right. On July 9th, Mr. Greenberg paid Representative Gaetz $1,600 by check. Mr. Greenberg stated the check was reimbursement for a share of the rental. Mr. Greenberg also noted that they met up with another individual for dinner that weekend, and he shared a photo of Representative Gaetz himself and the other individual on social media on July 8th, 2017. The committee received evidence confirming that Gaetz at times personally made payments to women who attended parties with him and Mr. Greenberg using various peer-to-peer electronic payment services as well as checks and cash. He's also really good at leaving himself a paper trail, apparently. Like, yep. A lot of paper trail if you're using those peer-to-peer electronic payment services. The committee's record also indicates that Mr. Greenberg sometimes paid women for having sex with Representative Gaetz and was sometimes reimbursed by Representative Gaetz. Yeah, I don't even know, like, gross. Also, he was paying with checks? Like, okay, so he's like, okay, we're just going to bust out the pen here. 2. What name should I put this under? Candy. Okay. For the sum of $1,000, and I'll just put in the memo line for Hawk Tuah. Like, okay. Witnesses indicated that there were times where a lump sum would be sent to one woman who would then distribute the money evenly among others who attended the parties. Likewise, in one instance, Representative Gaetz and somebody saved Gaetz on her phone as Marissa for discretion. Okay. Representative Gaetz sent $400 to Mr. Greenberg with the note, "Hit up victim A." Mr. Greenberg then sent 2 women payments totaling $400, including victim A. On August 19th, Mr. Greenberg was indicted on charges relating to his misuse of motor vehicle records and identification documents in his role as Seminole County tax collector and his attempt to falsely accuse a political opponent of being a pedophile. Well, that's some fucking irony right there. That's some irony. He didn't actually call her victim A. It's the thing uses square brackets. They've just redacted her name out. And so he's accusing a political opponent of being a pedophile, and he was additionally charged with sex trafficking of a child, which was victim A. Victim A, the person Gaetz specifically requested. Wire fraud, bribery of a public official, theft of government property, and related charges. He pled guilty to 6 charges, including sex trafficking of victim A, but his sentencing was delayed until December 22 due to his ongoing cooperation in several other matters. As part of his cooperation, he provided information that was ultimately corroborated and ended in successful prosecutions. So, there's some pot kettle on this one. Representative Gaetz' interactions with women he met through Mr. Greenberg. Transactional nature of the interactions, i.e., he's paying for stuff. So from 2017 to 2020, Gaetz made tens of thousands of dollars in payments to women that the committee determined were likely in connection with sexual activity and or drug use. Payments were made to these women using peer-to-peer payment platforms such as PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. While Representative Gaetz had accounts in his name on each of those platforms, he also sometimes paid women through another person's PayPal account or through an account held under a pseudonymous email account. Representative Gaetz also paid some of the women by check or in cash. The following chart summarizes payments made by Gaetz to Mr. Greenberg and to women in peer-to-peer payment platforms or checks, or via peer-to-peer payment platforms or checks. So, woman 1, former girlfriend, amount $63,836.58. Yowza. Woman 2, $4,000. Woman 3, $2,000. Woman 4, $6,000. Woman 5, $4,000. Woman 6, $5,000. Woman 7, $200. Woman 7 somewhere is reading this list and she's like, I got ripped off. Like, yeah, okay. And Joel Greenberg, $4,000. He spent a ton of money on this. Tons of money on this. The committee's record indicates that Gaetz was in a long-term relationship with woman 1, and therefore some of the payments may have been of a legitimate nature. However, as discussed below, woman 1 asserted her Fifth Amendment right when asked whether the payments to her from Representative Gaetz were for sexual activity and/or drugs, or for her to pass on to others for such purposes. Based on that assertion, combined with evidence received from other sources, the committee found substantial reason to believe that most of these payments were for such activity. Whew. The committee was not able to speak with every woman who received payments from Representative Gaetz that were suspected of being part of illicit activity. Apparently, there's too many of them. Several women initially were responsive to the committee's outreach, but later told the committee they would not voluntarily participate. Other women were clear at first contact that they feared retaliation or were unwilling to voluntarily relive their interactions with Representative Gaetz. That is really common, by the way. People who have been assaulted aren't super excited about going through that again in front of like a commission or a committee or like a court or anything like that. Due to the women's reluctance to cooperate, as well as the delay caused by DOJ's deferral request and subsequent refusal to provide meaningful cooperation, the committee was unable to determine the full extent to which Representative Gaetz' payments to women were compensation for engaging in sexual activity with him. However, the record before the committee provides substantial reason to believe that many of the payments in the chart above were made in connection with sexual activity and/or illicit drug use. They were not able to quantify the amount of cash payments that he made to women or the amount of payments that other individuals, such as Mr. Greenberg, made on behalf of him. They also note one male witness recalled seeing Gaetz give cash to a woman at a party at his home. He asked Gaetz whether the payment was for sex, which Gaetz denied. When asked whether he believed Gaetz, the witness stated only that he wanted to believe him. If you find yourself wanting to believe people, time to not hang out with those people. Gaetz refused to answer questions about his relationships with the women involved. There was, however, evidence that he understood and shared many of the women's transactional views of their arrangements. In one text exchange viewed by the committee, Gaetz balked at a woman's request that he send her money after he accused her of ditching him on a night when she was feeling tired, claiming she only gave him a drive-by. The woman asserted to Representative Gaetz that she was being treated differently than other women he was paying for sex. The committee also obtained text messages in which Gaetz' then-girlfriend informed some of the women who were typically paid for sex that the guys Gaetz and Mr. Greenberg wanted me to share that they are a little limited in their cash flow this weekend. Matt was like, if it can be more of a customer appreciation week. Wait, what? Sorry, my brain just did the blue screen of death and is rebooting because she asked for Customer Appreciation Week because he was short of cash. Fuck off. Jesus. A few months later, she noted that, by the way, Matt also mentioned he's going to be a bit generous because of the customer appreciation thing last time. Was he asking for prostitution coupons? Apparently he was saying that he's got a punch card and, that his card has got enough holes punched in it that he's entitled to a freebie. After you get, oh, okay. Yeah, I feel like it does. I feel like this might. Whew. I would say that's smooth, but it is not. All right. Another woman specifically recalled a conversation with Representative Gaetz about issues with Mr. Greenberg's following through with expected payments after Mr. Greenberg's encounters with her. So apparently he was I can't imagine how much business you have to be doing with the sex workers to be getting like stuff on credit. So, yeah. All right. So, Mr. Greenberg told the committee that Gaetz was aware that the women they had sex with and paid had met Mr. Greenberg through the sugar dating website. Representative Gaetz did not appear to have negotiated specific payment amounts prior to engaging in sexual activity with the women he paid. Instead, the women had a general expectation that they would typically receive some amount of money after each sexual encounter. So was it like performance-based? Okay. In 2017, using a pseudonymous account, Gaetz made payments to women largely without a description of the purpose of the payment. Largely without? Wait, does that mean sometimes he gave a description? After several months, he began to use other payment accounts, including ones with his own name, using innocuous descriptions to indicate the purpose of the payments. Okay, so it just says see Exhibit 3. I'm like, I want to know what he's calling them. Representative Gaetz did not provide any information regarding the tens of thousands of dollars in payments he made to over a dozen women, despite being offered the opportunity to do so by the committee. Representative Gaetz was provided, I bet he didn't. I bet he was told to keep his fool mouth shut by his lawyer. Representative Gaetz was provided with a list of women who the committee found received payments from him beginning in 2017 and was asked to inform the committee of the purpose of these payments, as well as to inform the committee how he knew the individual and whether, if you've engaged in any sexual activity with the individual, did she ever indicate to you that she expected payment for engaging in sexual activity with you? Rather than answer the questions, Representative Gaetz asserted incorrectly, you ask in part whether I've had sex with a list of adult women over the past 7 years. The lawful, consensual sexual activities of adults are not the business of Congress. Yeah, Congress is interested in your Congress, sir. Some women appeared mindful of their own potential liability and were reluctant to acknowledge explicit discussions of sex for hire. The committee received some testimony indicating that there may have at times been miscommunications about the transactional nature of their interactions, but that it was ultimately made clear. One woman testified, maybe I was under the impression that Joel had talked to Gaetz about what was supposed to happen. I think maybe Gaetz didn't really understand at some points, because maybe that's why he wasn't giving me what I wanted. So I think there was definitely some miscommunication, and then maybe Joel promised stuff and he wasn't keeping it up. I don't really know what was going on behind the scenes with them or that kind of stuff, but I would assume that he understood, considering he did send me money at one point. So many of the women interviewed by the committee were clear that there was a general expectation of sex. One woman who was paid more than $5,000 told the committee that 99% of the time that Gaetz and I were hanging out, there was sex involved. And Nikki Crayon saying, holy crap, I've been listening to your snark forever. It's good to have you here. So text messages obtained by the committee show that Gaetz would also ask women to bring drugs to their rendezvous, in some instances requesting marijuana cartridges and repaying the women directly, but in other cases requesting a full complement, sick, they're mocking his spelling here, of party favors, vitamins, or rolls. Gaetz sent one woman several $100s for marijuana cartridges. Now, I find this funny because it's Canada. And here in Canada, I can get weed by like walking down the street to the weed store. Mrs. Runkle actually bought a bunch of like gummies, and I'm gonna have one later so that I can sleep with my back pain. So yeah. One woman stated that with respect to a 2018 Bahamas trip, myself and Gaetz's then girlfriend brought drugs with us, and I do know that Matt supplied his then girlfriend with money. Another woman said that she brought cocaine to at least one event with Representative Gaetz, and that she witnessed him taking cocaine or ecstasy on at least 5 occasions. Cocaine is a bad way to go, by the way. Mr. Greenberg told the committee that he would typically provide drugs such as ecstasy for events he attended, and Gaetz would pay him back in cash. Several other women observed Gaetz to be under the influence of drugs. Additionally, nearly every witness interviewed observed Gaetz using marijuana. I don't give a shit about the marijuana. I'm just going to say that right now. I just don't. It's legal here in Canada, and marijuana is so much of a nothing burger. Like, just fuck off with the marijuana. It's like, don't care about that one. So selected interaction. Based on the evidentiary record, the committee identified at least 20 occasions from the beginning of 2017 through the middle of 2020 where there was substantial evidence that Gaetz met with women who were paid for sex and/or drugs. I'm also just going to note, I'm not super upset if he's having consensual financial transactions with adults. The problem is that how does he know that they're consensual on their end and not just wishful thinking on his end? So, I'm not. So I haven't bought any for a long time because I'm a biologist, so I just grow it. Fair. Fair. I guess the other thing is that Gaetz is also, his positions have been very much against drugs. And so when he's like, oh, I'm the anti-drug whatever, and he's super, super hypocritical about that, then that's kind of gross. So the committee also received testimony related to multiple additional events, trips, or parties where Representative Gaetz may have paid women for sex and drugs, although the committee could not determine the specific dates or locations for all of them. It's like, oh, there's just too much shit for us to figure it all out. To the extent Representative Gaetz paid money to women in connection with those trips, at least some of such transactions are reflected in the chart discussed in the prior section. One of the women that Mr. Greenberg met on seekingarrangement.com and introduced to Gaetz became his girlfriend when he was almost 35 and she was 21 years old. Okay, so that's legal to have a relationship of that gap. The relationship was not exclusive, and the committee received evidence that Gaetz's then girlfriend sometimes participated with him in encounters with other women who were active on the website or otherwise involved in sex for money arrangements. The committee also obtained text messages where she appeared to act as an intermediary between Gaetz and the women he paid for sex. She herself was paid tens of thousands of dollars by Gaetz over the course of their 2-year relationship. She stated, "Matt always paid for anything for me." However, she invoked her Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination in response to several questions, including what the purpose of specific payments was, whether Gaetz ever paid her money for sex, and whether she was aware of Gaetz paying others for sex. She also invoked her Fifth Amendment privilege when asked to explain an increase in payments from Gaetz in 2019, whether any of the payments from Representative Gaetz were related to drugs, and whether any payments she received from Mr. Greenberg were related to Gaetz. So, committee obtained messages between Greenberg and a 20-year-old woman he met who noted, "I usually do $400 per meet." As shown in the following exchange, Greenberg and the woman made plans to each bring a friend to their meet. The committee found that the language used by the women and the amount proposed were consistent with typical pay-per-meet arrangements made by users of seekingarrangement.com at that time. So, all right. Messages between Greenberg and 20-year-old female. "If you have a friend that is down, perhaps all 4 of us can meet up later. Do you party at all? Oh, that's perfect. I have a friend who introduced me to the website that I could bring. She's very pretty, great personality. I usually do $400 per meet. Does your friend use the website as well? And yes, I do like to go out sometimes." Very cool. Yes, he understands the deal. What does your friend look like? $400 is not a problem. Are you both old enough to drink? if you're in your 30s and you're asking if people are old enough to drink, then yeah. Like, I can tell you, if Mrs. Runkle decides she's tired of me or gets hit by a bus or something, and I end up looking for, people, are you old enough to drink is not going to be a question I have, because if there's any question of it at all, then it's just not happening. So, and then picture my friend. And then, ooh, my friend thinks he's really cute. Well, he's down here for only the day. We work hard and play hard. Have you ever tried Molly? Fuck. Evidence reviewed by the committee shows that on several occasions, Gaetz met with the woman who corresponded with Mr. Greenberg in these messages. He continues to follow her on social media. Oh, fuck. He's involved in this, and he's continuing to follow her on social media. And has paid her more than $2,000 since late 2018. Here's the thing. I am not getting tired of Mrs. Runkle. I am. So if I'm ever on the market, it's because either Mrs. Runkle has decided, fuck this guy, or Mrs. Runkle has died. Because absent that, I am not on the market. So... the committee received evidence indicating that the 20-year-old woman in the above messages joined Mr. Greenberg and Representative Gaetz at a hotel in Florida less than 2 weeks after her initial encounter with Representative Gaetz. The committee's record indicates that Gaetz also invited another woman who he regularly paid for sex to meet him at the hotel without disclosing to her that others would be present. The other woman, who was 21 years old, had recently asked the congressman for help with her tuition. She recalled that Gaetz agreed and told her to meet him at that hotel room, where he would provide her with a check, which, according to the woman, was interesting because he had normally sent Venmo payments. And she's like, what do I do with a check? What do I do with a check? Because she's 20 and, like... I haven't seen a check, seen one at all in 5 years or more. So when she arrived to pick up the check, she found Mr. Greenberg and the 20-year-old woman present. The 21-year-old woman told the committee that there was an expectation of a sexual encounter. The four of them had sex, and afterwards, Representative Gaetz gave her a $750 check made out to cash with tuition reimbursement in the memo line, which she deposited the next day to help pay her tuition. The 21-year-old woman told the committee she believed the encounter could potentially be a form of coercion because I really needed the money. Representative Gaetz's financial records confirms that he wrote the check and that he was present at the hotel identified by the woman on the date identified by the woman. As another example, the committee obtained text messages that appeared to show Representative Gaetz messaging a woman he knew through Mr. Greenberg, inviting her to travel on a private plane to Key West from May 19th, 2017, with 2 guys, 4 girls. A very high-quality, adventurous group. She initially responded, yeah, I'm in, to which Representative Gaetz stated, fantastic. As is true with all the time you spend with me, it'll be very fun and very chill. The same woman was photographed with Representative Gaetz on May 19th in Orlando. The photograph depicts Representative Gaetz in a casual shirt with his arm around her in a dimly lit bar. She was also photographed in front of a helicopter with 3 other women associated with Gaetz around the same time, including his then girlfriend. By the way, don't, I am astounded that he's writing checks for sex work and that he's taking pictures with the sex workers. It just makes no sense. Yeah. So after the committee obtained copies of the text messages and selfie photo, there was public reporting about the evidence. In response to the reporting, Gaetz' spokesperson released a statement asserting that Gaetz does not know anything about the woman you're referencing, though he takes thousands of selfies each year. So that was a lie. Payment records reviewed by the committee, however, show that Gaetz paid $600 to the woman the same day he was photographed with her. I guess he takes thousands of selfies that he pays $600 for a pop. So, yeah. In February 2018, Mr. Greenberg introduced Gaetz to two women with accounts on seekingarrangement.com. They were generally older than the other woman that Mr. Greenberg had previously introduced to Gaetz, and they had a slightly different relationship with the two men. They were the only women paid by Gaetz who denied to the committee that the payments they received from the congressman were compensation for engaging in sexual activities. One of the women, who was 25 years old when she met Gaetz, testified that she understood herself to be more sophisticated than some other woman on seekingarrangement.com. In contrast to the woman who also almost exclusively interacted with him in hotel rooms or at private parties, this woman attended events as his date, for which she was paid between $500 and $1,000 per event. She also stated that she did not feel pressured to have sex with Gaetz and only did so on some occasions. She told the committee that in December 2019, Gaetz had his congressional assistant arrange travel for her to Washington, D.C. for one night. According to the woman, she attended a dinner with Gaetz and a few other individuals. She stayed overnight at a hotel with Gaetz and had sex with him. Representative Gaetz sent the woman $1,000 around that time. The woman told the committee she was paid to be his date and that sex was not necessarily an expectation. The other older woman, who was 20, they're referring to them as older woman, and it's 25 and 27. Yeah. The other older woman, who was 27 years old when she met Gaetz, was the only woman interviewed by the committee who did not view their relationship as transactional in nature. The first time she met Gaetz, however, she had sex with him and was paid $1,000 by Mr. Greenberg, which she understood to have been at Representative Gaetz' direction. She told the committee that she viewed her relationship with Gaetz as more or less dating, although it was never anything serious. She said she was not familiar with his then-girlfriend and said she was not aware that he was also having a sexual relationship with her friend, the 25-year-old woman. She frequently commented on his social media, and he still follows her on social media. Why is he following these women when he's in the middle of a congressional investigation? Like, holy shit. Most of the sex for money encounters that the committee reviewed occurred in Florida, particularly around Orlando. Several of the women involved were students based in that area. On several occasions, however, Gaetz did travel with women that he paid for sex. So, I hate to say it, but the Gaetz paying women for sex is becoming very repetitive. And so we're going to skip ahead a bit because it just keeps happening over and over and over again. So we're skipping ahead to the minor. So on July 15th, 2017, he attended a party at Mr. Dorworth's home. The party was also attended by Mr. Greenberg and his then girlfriend and several others, including victim A, who was 17 years old at the time. So the record overwhelmingly suggests that Gaetz had sex with multiple women at the party, including the 17-year-old, for which they were paid. They testified that Gaetz was a frequent guest at his home. To enter the community where Dorworth lives, non-residents are required to present a driver's license before entering, and entry records are maintained. So they would have known that she's 17. That's so the committee received testimony that had sex twice during the party, including at least once in the presence of other party attendees. Jesus Christ. She recalled receiving $400 in cash from him that evening, which she understood to be payment for sex. At the time, she had just completed her junior year of high school. She said that she did not inform Gaetz that she was under 18 at the time, nor did he ask her age, so he didn't care. They did not receive any evidence indicating that Gaetz was aware that she was a minor when he had sex with her. Someone would have been. She acknowledged that she was under the influence of ecstasy during her sexual encounters. By the way, here in Canada, that would absolutely still convict you. By the by, just the failure to make inquiries would get you convicted. She said that she saw him use cocaine at the party. She was certain of her sexual encounters with Gaetz on that night, and he denied engaging in sexual activity with a minor, but refused to answer specific questions relating to his interactions with victim A. Gaetz sent the committee a copy of a social media post from Mr. Dorworth regarding his lawsuit against victim A, in which he'd accused her of being part of a conspiracy to defame him.
Conspiracy.
In that post, Mr. Dorworth discussed his recent settlement with victim A, in which no funds were exchanged. He asserted that he had succeeded in proving that victim A lied about him, and that she didn't just lie about me, she lied about Gaetz as well in a federal criminal investigation that resulted in no charges against the congressman because our false accuser has no credibility and had no evidence for the crime that didn't occur. The same day, Mr. Dorworth revised his post after victim A's attorneys contacted his attorneys. To remove his claim that he succeeded in proving that victim A had lied, but maintaining his assertion that she falsely accused Representative Gaetz. Mr. Dorworth testified to the committee that he himself was not present for the July 15, 2017 party at his own home, despite victim A's assertion to the contrary. That's weird that he wouldn't be present for a party at his own home. After the committee's interview and after he settled his lawsuit against victim A, Mr. Dorworth was deposed and confronted with cell phone records showing that he was, in fact, at his residence during the party. Mr. Dorworth stated, "I don't have an answer to these questions, and I am not going to opine on cell phone data when I don't know anything about it. I don't know. I do not believe I was there. There could be a million reasons for that." Yeah, apparently you have the Canton problem of the prehensile asshole that apparently takes your cell phone and moves it thousands of kilometers or thousands of miles in order to dial the phone from your house. Mr. Dorworth became irritated, informing his attorney, "I'm telling you that I was not at that party. So if you believe those phone records somehow impute that I was, or they make it just undeniable, then that is certainly your belief." The committee requested, through counsel, that Mr. Dorworth clarify his testimony regarding his whereabouts on the evening of July 17th. His counsel did not respond. His response to the allegations of sexual misconduct and illegal drug use. He says he may have engaged in sexual misconduct, including violations of federal laws relating to sex trafficking and state laws relating to prostitution and statutory rape, were false, and that these allegations were also investigated by the Department of Justice, and the investigation was completely dropped. He also repeatedly, incorrectly stated that the DOJ investigation exonerated him. Representative Gaetz did not provide any explanation for his assertion that the allegations of state law violations were false, even though those violations were not within the jurisdiction of the Department of Justice. He also denied the allegations that he used illicit drugs. They provided him with the names of 15 women who were alleged to have received payments from him or on his behalf relating to sexual misconduct and illegal drug use, but he did not provide any explanation for those payments. Gaetz responded publicly to allegations that his payments to women were for sex by stating that someone is trying to recategorize my generosity to ex-girlfriends as something more untoward. He also repeatedly denied ever having paid for sex. When given the opportunity to put that assertion in writing in this matter, however, Representative Gaetz refused to respond, asserting that asking about his sexual history as a single man with adult women is a bridge too far. Gaetz did broadly address the allegation that he engaged in sexual activity with a minor. He asserted in his letter to the committee, "Your correspondence of September 4th asks whether I have engaged in sexual activity with any individual under 18. The answer to this question is unequivocally no. You can apply this response to every version of this question in every forum. The September's 4th letter, however, specifically asked him whether he was present with the July 17th party, whether he'd ever engaged in sexual activity with victim A, and whether he gave victim A money, and if so, for what purpose. He did not answer any of those questions. Allegations relating to the house gift rule. So, he went on a 2018 Bahamas trip. According to those records, the trip was paid for an associate of Gaetz with connections with the medical marijuana industry, who allegedly also paid for female escorts to accompany them on the trip. The only other male attendee was also connected to the medical marijuana industry. So, apparently the lobbyists put him on a plane with sex workers. Huh. So, yeah, that would be an improper, illegal gift. So, misuse of official resources, we can skip. Obstruction of the committee's investigation, we can skip. So, we'll skip over a little bit of that. Findings. They did not find that he violated sex trafficking laws. They did not obtain substantial evidence that he violated federal sex trafficking laws. Transportation of an individual for purposes of commercial sex could violate such laws if the individual was a minor, or if the sexual activity occurred through force, fraud, or coercion. He was alleged in news reports to have paid a minor to engage in sexual activity and travel with him on a trip to the Bahamas. However, the youngest person who traveled with him and his associates was 18 years old at the time of the trip. Further, she and the other women who attended the Bahamas trip did not recall being paid for sexual activity on that occasion. One woman testified that she was not paid for sex on the trip, although she did have sex with Representative Gaetz, because the trip itself was more so the payment. Okay. As discussed above, there's evidence that he paid women to travel to New York and Washington, D.C. for commercial sex. At the time, each of the women was over the age of 18. While his relationship with these women involved an exploitative power imbalance, they do not have reason to believe that he used force, fraud, or coercion as those terms apply under the applicable laws. They found that he engaged in commercial sex. They found that he paid for women for sex and had others pay women for sex on his behalf. Over half a dozen witnesses who attended these parties, and they had nearly every woman interviewed by the committee confirmed that she was paid for sex by or on behalf of Gaetz. A few characterized the relationship differently, describing a date for hire arrangement that may not necessarily implicate state prostitution laws. So they find that he enticed and procured women to engage in sexual activity for hire and purchased the services of women engaging in sexual activity for hire in violation of Florida state law. So they found that he violated Florida's statutory rape law. There is substantial evidence that Representative Gaetz engaged in sexual activity with a 17-year-old girl. They received credible testimony from victim A herself, as well as multiple individuals corroborating the allegation. Several of these witnesses have testified under oath before a federal grand jury and in a civil litigation. He denied the allegation, but refused to testify under oath. He's publicly stated that victim A doesn't exist and that he's not had sex with a 17-year-old since I was 17. The committee found that to be untrue and determined that there's substantial evidence that he had sex with victim A when she was 17 years old and he was 35, and that these actions were in violation of the statutory rape law. Representative Gaetz has suggested that the allegations against him are manufactured and that Mr. Greenberg and victim A are not credible. They said, we note Greenberg's credibility is sketchy, but we received additional information from Mr. Greenberg that is not included in this report. Much of it salacious but unverifiable, though consistent with the nature of conduct learned from other witnesses. No reason to doubt the credibility of victim A. So, Representative Gaetz has suggested that the fact she has, through her attorneys, expressed an intention to seek civil redress against him for raping her means that she has a financial motive that undermines the veracity of her claims. They reviewed a letter from counsel to victim A, counsel to Representative Gaetz, which stated she intended to pursue claims against Gaetz, including child sex trafficking and statutory rape. Regardless of whether she had any pecuniary motive in sending such a communication, she cooperated with the DOJ investigation for years and was let down by the justice system when reports circulated that the DOJ would be unlikely to pursue charges against Gaetz. She's entitled to all the protections and remedies. So basically they're saying she's allowed to sue you, dude. You raped her. She gets to sue you for raping her because that is a thing, right? So yeah. And her intention to pursue claims against Gaetz and others does not negate her credibility. They also note that there's testimony and documentary evidence that corroborates the allegations. They found that he used illegal drugs, which includes cocaine, ecstasy, and marijuana. Again, I don't care about the marijuana. They found that he violated the house gift rule. They found that he dispensed special privileges and relationships to individuals with whom he had a professional or a personal relationship, which is just corruption. They found that he sought to obstruct its investigation of his conduct. So, conclusion, there's substantial evidence that he violated house rules and other standards of conduct prohibiting prostitution, statutory rape, illicit drug use, impermissible gifts, special favors or privileges, and obstruction of Congress. And there is dissent. And the dissent basically says, while we do not challenge the committee's findings, we say that they should not have released a report on an individual who's no longer in Congress. I.e., we shouldn't have released this because he quit. He resigned. So we shouldn't have released this and it should have ended the matter. And I'm like, okay. So the dissenting view isn't that he didn't do any of this stuff. They're like, we don't disagree with that. We just don't think this report should have been released because he quit. So what I've been seeing in the media about this report is that Mr. Gaetz is saying the report clears him, that he is cleared and he's innocent and so forth. And to that, I say, fuck no. No, it doesn't. That report basically says that Gaetz is an awful human being and probably deserves to be, taken out with the trash. I don't mean that in a violent sense. I mean, just throw him in a dumpster. He, throw him in a dumpster non-violently. It's when they say that he is supposedly cleared, he is not cleared at all. Hard to believe this clown is a lawyer. Are you referring to me? If so, okay. But the statement that he has been cleared is entirely not true from all of this. It is just it's not at all what their findings were. So when you see the media not pushing back to these claims, the media is really soft touching him. Oh, Gaetz is the clown lawyer. Fair. Fair. Ian, no, Gaetz, you hoser. I wasn't sure. There's usually someone in the chat who's throwing shit at me. So, but yeah, I'm just like, this is so fucked up. This is so absolutely messed up. And yeah, Elfligan says your chat is much more supportive of you than you give us credit for. That is fair. Now it is 11:30. I think I've gone through all of the topics that I meant to cover. So let's wind through the super chats and let's and then I think I'm gonna go and try to unmess my back and because my oh man, it hurts. And yeah. By the way, Zora is kind of a dick. Let me explain to you why Zora is a dick. So, Mrs. Runkle had the day off today. Okay, I can skip that. So Mrs. Runkle had the day off. So when I was working today, what I usually do for lunch is that I will go and have a nap. And when Mrs. Runkle is not working here, when she's not at home, if I have a nap when I'm working at home, because I work from home a fair bit. Like if I don't have to be in a courtroom, I'm happy to work from home. So Zora usually like climbs up and she snuggles. And that is the greatest thing. But when Mrs. Runkle is home, Zora is going to spend time with Mrs. Runkle. And so when I'm like, hey, Zora, come snuggle, Zora's like, no. So there's that. But she, so as much as she was like, hey, I'm refusing, like, I don't want to come snuggle or anything like that, she did come and run downstairs, which is where my bedroom is. She runs down, she jumps up on the bed and directly onto my back as I'm trying to sleep. So I wake up going, fuck. And she's like, hi, licks my face, and then runs away again to go back to Mrs. Runkle. And I'm like, you little shit. She's just like, I'm gonna run in, I'm gonna bounce, and like, yep, that is what she decided to do. So yeah, she's a whole package sometimes. And yes, I know she didn't mean to hurt me. She just hurt me anyway. Potter, by the by, has just been being a nap dog today. He's just been like, I am tired. Yesterday, Potter wanted to be outside all the time. And what is it? Potter wanted to play in the snow. He wanted to, yeah. And yeah, this is a good point. You got to be insanely naive to think he's the only one who does this stuff. This is DC Culture 101. They just act like it's unacceptable when they want to get rid of someone. I don't think you're wrong. I suspect that if you went to Hollywood and and DC, and you tried to find people who were decent human beings, you're not going to find a whole lot of them. It just is what it is. All right. So let's cover super chats here. I see Nico K says, happy holidays. Glad to catch you live. You're all such fun. I'm glad you're here. Against the Tide. Make sure y'all like happy holidays all. Thank you, Against the Tide. You don't send super chats. Braden Culver, at least there's one thing Mangione has taught me. It's treat my posture properly before I end up in my 40s with uncorrectable back pain. I am in my 40s with uncorrectable back pain, but I've had back pain my entire life. Secret Labs customer support. Who makes that massager? I'll let their customer support desk know to expect your call when you massage yourself wrong. Fair. Trish 818. Have you tried a Theragun for your back pain? I have not. I don't actually know what a Theragun is. And Belle Feinstein. Hi, Runkle. Thanks for the company tonight. Thank you for being here. Equality. Merry Christmas. And a tree and a Zora and a Potter. And Belle Feinstein. Do they check all vehicle occupants or just the driver? Sometimes entering a military base, they only check the driver's ID. I think that they said everybody. So, Al Fliggins, a very Merry Christmas, Uncle Runkle Scrooge. Fair. And Belle Feinstein, who's Zora's spare lawyer? No defamation. I think Zora's lawyer is Rob. I think Rob is enjoying Christmas with the little ones right now, or at least I hope so. Merry Christmas to you, Mrs. Runkle and the Puppers. Merry Christmas, chat. Merry Christmas. Crazy Cat Queen says, Ian, have you considered getting an inversion table or see a chiropractor? I finally paid for a chiropractor out of pocket. Expensive, but getting some good results. I haven't had great results with chiropractors. They usually want to do the neck snapping, and I'm not a big fan of that. And I haven't gotten an inversion table. Celine, happy holidays, everyone. Happy holidays. And Annabelle Feinstein says, happy Hanukkah. Chag Samach Hanukkah. I hope I'm pronouncing that something approximately resembling right. Have you tried paw massage? Ancient Asian secret? No. So, all right. I'd clarify that specifically the film and television aspect of Hollywood is rife with awful people, at least those closer to the top financially. There's tons. Yes, absolutely. I would absolutely say it's the people with money and power, right? That's whereas, like, you know, the lead grip is probably just a guy who goes to work and works hard, and that's what he does, right? So, yeah. Katsuko says, wiggle your toes when they do the neck snap. It takes your mind off it. I will not do the neck snap. And the reason why I won't do the neck snap is that it is associated with a high risk of stroke. And I used to work with a woman who had gone to a chiropractor, and then later that day she had a stroke, and I don't want what she had. Do not do the neck snappy. The neck snappy is not good. So, yeah, the neck snap is a great way to have a ruptured blood vessel that causes you life-altering consequences. So, I mean, as much as I'm in pain all the time, I really don't want to suffer those kinds of like massive, yeah. All right. I am going to go and I'm going to, what do you call it? I am going to go try to settle the back, and yeah, we'll see what I can do. But anyway, thank you guys all for joining me. I really do appreciate it. I don't know if I'll be running something next week. We'll have to see. Next week is the 30th. We'll see. And, but yeah, other than that, have a great night, and we'll talk to you guys soon. I might see you guys on Friday. We'll see. So good night, all. Cheers.